Hello, everybody, and welcome to tonight's broadcast of the Aegis Defenders League Quarterfinals. My name is Gordo. I'm joined tonight by Gigatron. And Gigatron, we have made it to the playoffs. We have made it to Glaive Emerald, taking on GRIN Prism to start on off this week's quarterfinals and to prepare for what is going to be an exciting couple of weeks of best of fives.
Yeah, I'm very excited for these just because we have a lot of good competitive teams here. This one especially, I am really interested to see because I think Glaive does have a decent chance, but of course, you and I just matched our picks, so uh, not because I have the lead, just because I look at Grin. Grin's pretty set up well, and I think even if there is kind of more of those substitutes maybe going in on that Glaive side, where people are changing around, it really isn't going to necessarily throw them off too much. Again, I think Glaive performs well, but Grin has definitely seen a better performance this season.
Yeah, I see a couple of substitutes coming in, one at 80 carry for each team here. Looks like it's going to be, I don't even know how to pronounce, HY67 over on the side of Glaive, and it is going to be Wistfully over on the side of Grin. So, going to be a couple of changes coming on through. The remaining four players on each team are going to be the same, and we're going to lead off with a Volibear lock-in here from the side of Glaive Emerald. It's been a super high priority jungler over the course of this patch so far. We know it is a champion that they would love to get. Over on the side of Grim, really, Rodon Baby has been playing, or Rondon Baby rather, has been playing a huge amount of it. Also been playing a fair bit of that Trundle. He's not going to get his hands on it this time. He's going to take the Trundle instead. Fox will be the one to lock in the Volibear.
Yeah, I think Trundle's still good though, just because of the fact that one, you could just subjugate any tanks. Volibear, whether he does decide to go more of that AP or tank route, still will be able to be beaten down pretty quickly and pretty fairly well by the Trundle. So that's where I think it's still kind of like that weary pick sometimes to pick the Volibear when you have the opening of that. But I still think the Jarvan was still a good ban, to put on the Grin. Add that. I mean, this could really still put Grin in a little bit better favor, just because, again, you just picked a Nautilus. Like, now he has two targets he can choose from. So,
yeah, for sure here. Support Nautilus going to come on in, presumably for Scott here. The Volibear could still be, in theory, flexed between the top and the jungle, but jungle is where we do see it most of these days. That Misfortune lock-in coming through for Grin. This champion's been on the come-up a little bit over the course of the last couple of weeks. That Aphelios kind of dropping off the meta for the most part. Jinx still really strong, but hitting the ban list pretty often. Zeri a little bit weaker as well. So a lot of people looking towards lane dominance, looking towards this Misfortune. I've been seeing it get locked in more and more. The Jhin going to be the response here on the side of Glaive. So Jhin Nautilus, a really strong, aggressive lane pairing. We'll see if they want to take a support to try to counter that one on out, or if they want to grab themselves a solo lane and ban to defend it over on the side of Grin.
we'll take a support. We'll take that Leona. I think that's still two good beefy tanks going at each other. Should be perfectly fine in this matchup. Jhin gets set up definitely well with the Nautilus, because good hook goes out, you get the root going, with the Deadly Flourish, and yeah, at that point, you can just pepper down with your 4 shots. Hopefully that bouncing grenade gets that last hit onto either Misfortune or Leona, and you pop someone pretty quickly. So Glaive coming out strong, I still think, with their first 3 picks here.
Yeah, gonna be some solo lane bans now. The Shen and Akali gonna get taken away by Grin. The Veigar already banned away by Glaive. The Gangplank going to join them. Grin now with a couple of their most popular mid laners banned away. Cassiopeia and the Victor are what really comes to mind for picks that Yune has gone for quite a bit. Has really been prioritizing that Veigar so far this season. So I think that's a well-targeted ban. Solo lane as well, somebody you got to think about here. The Irelia is still up. He does love himself some Irelia when he can get it. It's a potential counter pick. I presume they're going to be saving top lane for last. But no, the Kennen lock-in going to be the one that ends up coming on through here. Could, in theory, be a mid laner, but it feels like a top laner in 2022, Gigatron.
Yeah, it's definitely, I feel like, more a top laner than a mid, but yeah, it's a really good one because it sets up for a lot of team fight. You have already one good AoE with a Solar Flare, so the fact that you could just have, again, Kennen's ult there going through, just be cracking down on people and stunning them down, I think that's a really good setup. But I like the Syndra pickup from Glaive, only because then now you can kind of get those stuns out with the spheres. You're able to get set up well for your team. So I think in the positioning standpoint, they're winning a little bit more compared to GRIN, but I want to see what GRIN rounds it out with for their mid lane.
Yeah, the Gragas, what's being hovered here for Shaden, play up against this cannon. Not really going to be a lane dominant matchup, just going to look to scale on up, be that strong frontline force later on. Going to be another potential target here for the Trundle to subjugate. And now the Irelia going to be immediately hovered for solo lane. He sees a chance to take it here up against this Gragas. Not the best matchup in the world. You know, he can always look to body slam you right out of your blade surges, but is one that you could farm on up against and look to scale into the later game. And we'll see if that's what he ends up locking on in. His Gangplank has been banned away as well. No, it does look like he does want to take that cannon up top, and it is going to be the Victor lock-in for Yune here. So not going to see any of that flexible cannon action. He had me fooled with the Irelia for a little bit there, but nah, it is going to be cannon facing off against Gragas. It's going to be Victor against the Syndra.
Yeah, I think this is still a good matchup, regardless, because both are able to poke out well. You have good stuns set up for team fights. Again, they're kind of very relying on a lot of like AOE CC coming out from GRIN, where you do have a lot more solo target coming out from Glaive, which I think is still great, just because of the fact that, again, just the lineup on that bot lane there with Nautilus and Jhin is really good. You have Bear coming out with stun with that. The fact that I saw Gragas kind of still maybe thought, maybe do we actually see a flip-flop that it's Gragas jungle and maybe Bear top, but I don't think so. I think it's going to be... Bear's just doing way too well in jungle, as obviously I think you and I have both been reaping the benefits of it this solo queue time frame, so... But, yeah, I really like a lot of what Glaive is bringing. I just don't know if it's enough to deal with what GRIN is putting out.
Yeah, I'm really interested to watch the bot lane this game. I think both teams have really drafted, you know, some lane-focused champions. Not that they're not helpful later on, but I think both the Misfortune and the Jhin are often taken as more dominant lane picks up against something that's going to be a little bit more scaling. But this time they're facing off against each other with a couple of engaged supports to back them on up. So I think there's going to be a lot of fighting focused around this bottom lane, both with and without the junglers. You know, the Victor Syndra probably going to be a little bit less flippy. The Victor's probably going to play that safely as much as he can, staying away from the Syndra for the most part. That Ken and Gragas lane as well. You know, Gragas is just going to be trying to sustain up and neutralize, as the Gragas very often does. I think the bottom lane's where all the action is to be had, and these are a couple of really exciting bot lanes to get to check out. I think the GRIN one in particular is one that really does excite me, both from a champion selection perspective. I think Misfortune's really on the come up in the meta, and I think they've had a fantastic season thus far as a duo. Does look like Iron 4 Demigod not going to be in tonight, or at least not in for game number 1, but nonetheless, Cathaldus has been holding down the fort super well.
Yeah, Cathaldus definitely doing really well, and I think the fact that he's a player that can work with multiple ADCs is just really good for their team. So I like the setup with that there, but I also have been enjoying the fact that, one, we're having, you know, playoffs come in right now. Play-ins, we got to see a little bit of a taste of what we're expecting, you know, these next upcoming weeks with games, and I like, again, just a lot of what we've been seeing for picks here right now. Again, trying to get his really good matchups on 3 different champions now. You have MF, who I saw an interesting build today that I don't know if they're going to go for, but the Mythic, instead of being, was it Eclipse, would be Liandry's. Just because you're going Emax, you get a lot more damage out of it, and benefits also with your ultimate with bullet time. So I think both of it could be an option. I don't think they're going to go for it, but it's definitely was just interesting reading the numbers and watching it. I was like, oh, huh. I would like to actually see that today, so maybe we'll see it coming out of the Misfortune.
Yeah, I like it. It's a spicy build. I don't think you want the APMF when you have Ken and Victor already on your team, necessarily, but no, definitely one that is great to have in the tank, though, and that I would like to see come out sometime this series as well. I want to go back on the subject of Cathaldus a little bit here while we got some time to kill before the draft starts. You know, was doing some of my all-star voting earlier on, and Cathaldus is going to be in my all-star team. That's not a spoiler. I'm not the only one who votes. Don't worry. There's plenty of other people weighing on in there. But I was looking at a lot of Duan stats to help inform some of my decision making on that. And what really stood out to me about Cathaldus is he's got a really high vision score per minute, really high vision score percentage, really high, stats that would imply that he's getting out of the lane, that he's going and making plays elsewhere, really high kill participation as well. But he's also super high in stats like XP 15, stats like how much damage you're getting per gold, and how much CSD your 80 carries getting, things that you would generally associate as more kind of lane-focused stats. So somehow he ends up being really high up at the top of the table for both stats that would imply he leaves the lane and stats that would imply he stays in the lane and his lane dominance. So, I mean, get you a man who can do both, and Cathaldus certainly seems to be that guy. He's just super effective no matter what he's doing on the map, and seems to always be finding opportunities, whether that be staying in lane to help on out his AD carry, or whether that be roaming on out, getting vision, and making plays around the map.
Yeah, I can appreciate a player like that, especially when you're able just to do so much between creating pressure, being in lane or being out of lane, and the fact that you're able to keep a very high vision score is just something that I can just appreciate and enjoy. So, but yeah, he definitely was on my list there too. I actually did vote for him, so you get both the casters that usually cast it during the week voting for it. So I appreciate the fact that you told me what yours was, because I was wondering if that was going to be one of your top ones. So
you're just taking notes over there for when you cast your ballot later on.
Did my ballot? Wow,
right,
rude. Well, anyways,
everybody at home could take some notes for their own ballots as well. I suppose that is still going to be available on the Aegis Discord, open up until the semifinals take place, I do believe, which would be next week. But we got to complete the quarters first and foremost. We're going to throw into a quick break here while we get loaded onto the Rift for game number 1. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back, checking out Glaive Emerald facing off against GRIN Prism in game 1 of our best of 5. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Aegis Defenders League. We are starting off our first best of 5 of the season here with our quarterfinals matchup between Glaive Emerald and GRIN Prism. To be GRIN taking the red side, Glaive taking the blue here for this game number 1. Subs in at the 80 carry positions, but the rest of the squads are here, and they've been fighting all season to get to this point. Only one will get to move on to our top 4. See a little bit of a boot start coming on through for this Jhin in the bottom lane, Gigatron.
I like the boot start. I don't think it's like a bad option, just because you give yourself that little bit extra mobility, a little more pots. Thinking that maybe you're getting poked out that little bit more, coming out from the MF, just because of the fact that Wistfully should be able to kind of hit more of those double ups, get those ticks down with Make It Rain. So I think, yeah, those are going to be really kind of more the issue. That maybe that's why he's opting that way to go for the boots route, but I think it's okay. What about you? What do you think?
No, I'm interested to see maybe the actual additional pot will help out a little bit up against the Misfortune. You know, she's going to be harassing a lot in lane using that Make It Rain, presumably, so lets you get out of it a little bit faster, lets you get a little bit of health back as well from that additional potion. Does seem to inhibit your trading power at least a little bit in my mind, so we'll see how it ends up working out. Wistfully has actually started the double up here, so going to be looking to push that lane with that one, trying to get the bounce through on across wherever he can. Both going to be fighting over that wave as Yune just have a little bit of control over the mid wave earlier on here, going to tick over to that level 2 first and foremost, getting good trades up against Panda. Going to want to take the most advantage he can to these early levels where he still has the opportunity to maybe trade a little bit more successfully with that Syndra.
Yeah, I mean, if he's able to trade more, I'm okay with it, but Solo.
Solo going aggressively here up against Shaden is the first one to hit that level 2. You know, these power spikes are super important to being able to get yourself these successful trades, to being able to take advantage of the lane early on. You can see even the Victor, off the back of that power spike, is bullying this Syndra just a little bit. It's not going to last forever, but it can net you a solid little lead early on. Can convert that to help out your jungler potentially. Can convert that to just being able to get off an earlier recall, get yourself a little small item ahead. Lots of opportunities to take advantage of plays like this. We'll see if any of them do end up coming to fruition here. We already have Fox moving in the bottom lane, as is Rondon Baby. They're both trying to pick up this first blood for their teams. Cathalda's going to have to flash away, and that's going to be first blood for Wistfully in the bottom lane. Icecott just gets locked down a little bit too long. He expends the flash, but goes down anyway. That's going to do it for this play in the bottom lane. First blood goes over to the side of GRIN Prism.
Yeah, GRIN just kind of played it very well. They're able to lock down and get that kill onto the Icecott there, and the fact that even though he is more that tankier person, Rondon was just able to set up with that pillar and make sure that he wasn't able to get away as easily as he was intending to. So great job by that there.
Fox making a repeat visit to the bottom lane, getting slowed on up by Cathalda's, though. He just keeps locking him on down. Finally, Jhin going to manage to land that snare up onto Wistfully, but Wistfully turning the damage back around onto Fox, threatening to take out this bear. He's going to be a little bit too far out of range, though, and Wistfully eventually going to have to back away. Far too low on HP to take the full-on trade up against the Jhin. Going to have to avoid him for now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have to look at that. Jhin is definitely able to put a lot of damage, a lot of pressure out right now, and has been able to get those nice bouncing grenades going too. So I do like that. Unfortunately, I think the bear is being a little too aggressive there. Maybe needs to hope that, again, maybe try it again when you have Icecott there, so you can get that a little bit more of a lockdown. Maybe would have secured a kill on the Cathalda's there, but
yeah,
we'll see what happens next time around.
Yeah, it does net a nice little camp lead over to Rondon Baby as well. He's been able to return to his jungle, get a little bit more of a clear going on, taking out a couple of more camps after going for the fast level 3 into play bot lane and clearing out those Krugs. And now coming up towards the top side, he should have the opportunity to sneak into the alcove here. See if that makes a difference in this play up against Shaden. If the stun is able to be landed by solo lane, would be huge here. But I think instead he's just going to try to crash up the wave. See if it'll push back on into him in time for them to be able to make a play, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. Looks like he gets the freeze out ahead of his turret, and instead they're going to go for the recall.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good option regardless. You have both ways of, again, being able to provide maybe a kill to Kennen there, or the fact that, hey, you know what, let's just back out, reset, and go from there. But, ooh,
Fox making a play in the mid lane, gonna stun up on a Yune here, takes a whole bunch of damage. Cathaldus is here for the backup, going to slow on up this bear, stop him from getting on in there. Zenith Blade comes on through and gets Yune just far enough away, avoids another Dark Sphere, and will be able to stay alive, will be able to preserve the flash as well. Yune, keeping his nerves about him, is going to be able to survive the gank and lose pretty much nothing but some health.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was going to have to burn a flash there, and, you know, he just kind of stuck through, relied on Cathaldus to just kind of line up and help him out, but Shaden's taking way too much damage here.
Yeah, he is level 6, has the level lead there, but not going to do too much when you're already down on items because you haven't gotten a recall yet, and down on health as well. Probably not going to want to take that trade too much. Panda going to be forced to flash there. The W ult combo comes through from Yune, threatens to chunk out that Cinder just a little bit too low, and the Summoner will come out. Going to be a little advantage in the mid lane for Yune now. We'll see if they're able to take advantage of that one. GRIN Prism off to a nice early start here, getting advantages in basically every lane.
Oh, maybe Scuttle Fight right here.
Rondon coming on in, is down 1 level, but does have that press the attack and does have champions at his back. Keeps getting on in with that chomp. Does a fair bit of damage. Follow Fox chunked out pretty low, and he should be able to net him the scuttle off this as well.
Yeah, a little unfortunate that you can have Cathaldus and Wistfully kind of just rotate up that a little bit better. And again, this is where I looked at Rondon is able to, again, take those fights that a little bit better in 1v1s against Follow Fox until you have both of the ultimates coming out from them. Then I think it's kind of a toss-up. I mean, yes, you could just subjugate and take those stats away, but it's more the fact that, again, Bear has just been performing it very well lately for people, so you really just have to wonder, can he still hold up his own against the Trundle?
That is certainly going to be the question. So far, doing just fine, but not able to get any of the early plays off. We'll see if the level 6 Stormbringer gives him any more opportunities to make some dives happen. He is hovering around to this bottom lane once again. Rondon Baby is channeling the recall. If they show early enough to get him to interrupt that one, but now back in the fountain, but doesn't look like there's a play to be made. Follow Fox, still no flash, still no ultimate, can't get under this turret, so Wistfully and Cathaldus, they're just going to catch the wave and they're going to be sitting pretty. Big stun.
Oh, yeah. I mean, here's one thing I have to ask you. So how do you feel about Predator being on Follow Fox there over, say, PTA?
I mean, it gives you less damage, but it gives you more gank potential if you can actually go on in and get the engages off. You know, he's still already got Scott and Shaden to back him up for the later game engages, so it feels like you really need to make some successful ganks happen to make that trade valuable and worth it. You are really probably never going to win your duels up against Trundle anyway, so I don't think you mispress the attack too much. But, I mean, yeah, if you can't get any of these successful ganks off, though, it is going to be a little bit rough to have gone for the press the attack setup. So far, hasn't been able to make it happen. Is going to start on up this dragon, though, and will be able to secure it with the help of his bot lane.
Yeah, just great job by them, able to rotate up. Again, having that wave pushed in really just helps them make sure that that first dragon's going to get secured. And now you kind of have to wonder how these next ones are going to go. So I do like that we see a Hex Strike first. I really don't know what's going to be those next ones. What are you thinking?
You're thinking calls on Soul?
Yeah. What do you think Soul's going to be?
I'm betting Ocean. I'm betting the Ocean this game.
I'm going to go with Infernal.
Well, we'll see who pays off on this one as the bot lane push coming on through for Wistfully and Cathaldus. Rondon is in the area as well, has the double buffs, has the level 6. See if he tries to sneak on in here for another potential alcove play. Went for this in top lane and didn't end up working out. This time the wave crash is going to come on through. They could set themselves up for a long-term setup here. Moving in, could even get into this bottom bush. He's arrived. They do not know that Rondon has snuck into this bottom lane. We'll see if he can make a play happen as the waves crash.
Yeah, I mean, Rondon, I hope he can set up something just because if they step up with that a little bit too far, especially the Jhin, even with the boot start, I don't think you're going to be able to get out of that set up too well, just because again you have Xenoblade going in just for the stun. You have Jacob.
Oh, Jin getting engaged on here. Rondon is just trying to force the play out. He stayed as far back away as he could, smelled that something was up, and it will be enough to keep him alive. Does have to expend the flash, though. Ice Scott returning to the bottom lane, calling over Follow Fox as well. They know Rondon did just use his ultimate. He used a lot of his ganking tools. He's shown himself. Now as the recall completes, there could be a potential response gank, but again, Wistfully and Cathaldus, they're playing it a little bit too safe.
Yeah, I think they're playing a little safe, but it's also the fact that, you know what, you know you have a really good lead going towards yourselves. You know you guys can create more of that pressure. I don't think they're worried too much yet until, say, Jin gets a kill to match Wistfully. Just because then you're going to be a little bit more even with gold. You still have that slight gold disparity. Still going towards Wistfully, and I think in that standpoint, if you can get something going, ooh.
Panda getting engaged on here by Yune. Gonna be forced to flash again by that Chaos Storm. Yune threatening. Just a little bit too much damage there off the back of the ultimate. Going to expend Panda's flash to the one-on-one yet again. Net himself a lead. He's going to crash on this wave in mid. Going to get himself a nice easy recall. Rondon has been spotted by Shaden, trying to start on up this Rift Herald, but Shaden going to find himself a little bit outnumbered and a little bit outgunned. That's going to be 4 members on top of him. They should be able to get this kill right over to solo lane, getting themselves that Rift Herald to boot. Great play by GRIN Prism in the top lane. That's themselves a further advantage. Meanwhile, it's going to be this Jin picking up a whole bunch of plates in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think it's still a good trade because you had, you know, Wistfully back and making sure that nothing was going to happen to him. You have, again, plates going towards someone. Still, maybe that gold advantage puts him better. Ooh.
Yeah, Wistfully going to be forced to flash away here, but Follow Fox going to follow up with that ultimate, and the chain CC is too good. Scott slides on through, gets himself that dredge line, and now they're going to move on to Cathaldus as well. Cathaldus going to be forced to flash away. The stun does come on through from Yune, but it's just a little bit too late. Solo lane now has teleported into the bottom lane as well. They do have a little pinch here, but they're 2v4. Meanwhile, the first turret will go on down to Rondon Baby in the top lane. He couldn't get down here even if he wanted to, so he's going to net his team some of that first brick gold. Dragon respawning here very soon. Rondon now trying to force this Rift Herald in onto another turret. Will get the charge off. Will chunk it to about half HP. Now is going to try to regroup in time for the Dragon. Spawning about 45 seconds. He's got plenty of room to work with.
Yeah, definitely plenty of room. I look at that, again, just a smart play of, 1, getting plate gold for yourself, 2, trying to match what Jin was trying to do. So you're still netting definitely more gold because of that first turret, and then the fact that, again, it's a full 5 coming to you there on the Trundle. So Rondon still be able to, again, provide a lot of that pressure. Only just has a team that right now hasn't been able to build part of his starter mythic item, but that's where I look at, again, he's still got that CS lead, so it doesn't matter. When he goes back, he'll get, there you go. You have the Caulfields and that Sheen coming out. It's going to put a lot of damage if he fights here.
Yeah, now coming on down into that river. Follow Fox getting harassed already. The Dragon has spawned on up. Rondon Baby still a little bit of a ways away, but he will get here in time. 3 members now of Glaive Emerald try to push their way into the river. They're calling on up Jin. They're calling on down the Gragas, but they might be a little bit too late here. Dragon resets back into the pit a little bit. They're now going to all have to be bunched up in the pit. Panda is caught, though, by that ice pillar, and that's just going to be a huge bullet time. Melts through the entire side of Glaive Emerald. 4 kills for 0. Dragon gets claimed as well, and GRIN Prism, they slam the door shut on that Dragon play.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they definitely make sure, hey, you know what? They're getting everything going towards themselves. They don't want anything happening to Glaive getting ahead just because of the fact that Glaive Emerald, even though the good setup, just unfortunately they're going to get melted. I mean, they kind of just went, I think, a little too early for stuff, and the fact that, again, you're just going to have that great follow-up from an AoE damage just from, losing my train of thought here, GRIN is just pretty good, so, but.
Yeah, the Pillar of Ice pinching Panda was a great way to start that one on off. The Syndra had nowhere left to go, and from then on out, you know, getting the AoE onto so many more targets, that's just gravy. His solo lane, he's getting a little bit caught by Fox here. Fox tanking up a whole bunch of minions, though. Solo Lane doesn't have access to the ultimate. He's going to have to get a little bit more distance, and the flash from the bear are going to be enough to secure it. Shut down goes on over to Fox. Glaive Emerald trying to fight their way back into this one.
Yeah, I think getting some kills on Soul Lane is perfectly good here, just because of the fact that it doesn't enable him too much for different things. I think it would have been nice if they could have taken him away for that dragon fight. You know, maybe just start getting more of those picks that they need to do, just because of the fact that it's just kind of setting them farther and farther behind with these team fights. Because I mean, you look at it, it's 6-3 on kills. They're up about 3K. They're going over the GRIN. So yeah, this is something that I look at they're performing very well with, and the fact that, yeah, even though Trundle doesn't need to get any kills right now, he's just setting up for the rest of his team and doing so much.
For sure here. Yune spots his control ward getting taken on out. He's just trying to get a little poke damage on in there. Will do so, but we'll lose the control ward anyways. He's done a great job from this mid lane so far. 2-0-2 on the Victor, has a shutdown for himself, and has done a lot to shut down the Syndra. And yes, he got the counter pick, quote-unquote, into the Syndra, but, you know, normally Syndra's expected to win this lane. She's normally a little bit more lane dominant, can really harass with those Dark Spheres, but Yune has outplayed Panda at every turn, except for this turn, where he's going to get ganked by Fox and is going to get shut down. As I caster curse him a little bit there. Rondon Baby, though, looking to make the trade happen. Flashes forward, throws on down the Subjugate, realizes that he can't do it, though, and doesn't want to tank up the turret if he doesn't have to. Now trying to back away. Gets a lot of damage onto Fox, but I don't think it's enough to win the 1 versus 2. Getting chased down under the turret now. He is going to make it a trade by getting one less chomp in there to slow him down. Now Solo Lane is coming on in, trying to pick up onto Panda. He does have access to the Slicing Maelstrom. Doesn't even need to use it, though. Lands the Lightning Shuriken and gets himself a kill. Turns it into a 2-for-2 in the mid lane. Not what GRIN Prism was hoping for, but they make it even and don't give up too much more to Glaive.
No, they don't give up any more, but the fact that, again, you're still having both of the top laners come down here, rotate, and the fact that they still couldn't really capitalize other than, again, Solo just getting that kill he needed on that Panda. It's really just kind of punishing for Glaive here. So the fact that the only thing I didn't like is that Rondon didn't subjugate the right person. I think if he subjugates Bear, it could have been a lot easier fight. Maybe it doesn't have to trade his life over that little bit, but just a small miscalculation happens.
Yeah, no, he just saw Panda. He wanted Panda. Couldn't quite get Panda. And ends up losing it for it. Happens to all of us, for sure. Will mean Rondon Baby. He's given up his first death of the game. Is returning with a Divine Sunder, clearing on out his jungle, getting ready for this next dragon, spawning up in about a minute. Will finish off this Scuttle Crab. Scott sees that this is going down and wants to go aggressively. Does manage to land a Dreadline. Here comes Fox as well. There goes that charge, but now over the wall, fires off the bullet time, does wistfully. Rondon Baby's already gone on down, though. Cathalda's a little bit far in. That's going to be the Chaos Storm, landing on top of Fox, forcing him on back. Yume trying to finish off on an Ice God, can't quite do it, as Jhin is advancing forward, has tons of damage in the tank with that Gale Force, with the last Whisper completed as well, and does successfully force back GRIN Prism. And now without a jungler, this dragon should be pretty well prepped for Glaive Emerald. Now Rondon Baby, he's going to respawn in time before it does respawn, but gonna have to fight his way on over here, and has completely lost control over the river as 5 members of Glaive Emerald, they're setting up to take this big flaming lizard.
Yeah, you know what? I predicted right. I think on that one.
You do,
but,
yeah, you do get the credit on that one. We didn't call it out when it happened, but congrats, Gigatron. You predicted the RNG.
I'm at least trying to get some picks going here after I messed up a little bit sometimes with the teams this season. So, but again, still, we're just seeing a lot of just kind of dancing here. I really wish someone would just go in and take the dragon, but there we go. Rondon's going to start it.
Yeah, he died here last time, but he's here in time now, and he's going to try to secure this one on down. And Fox, no ultimate, missing some health, doesn't feel like he can step up. GRIN Prism, they're going to be the ones to claim themselves this dragon. Instead, it's going to be a siege from Glaive Emerald in the mid lane, trying to advance forward. Scatter the Weak lands the stun on a 2. Shaden now in the back line gets a nice explosive cask to knock Rondon Baby back into the team, but there goes a huge pair of ultimates from solo lane, and Cathaldus gets the double kill onto the cannon right away, and now moving forward onto Fox. Another big Scatter the Weak lands on the 3 members, but there's just no follow-up damage. Flash forward from the Jhin just gets shut down instead. 4 for 0 once again. GRIN Prism slam the team fight and get even more in their favor.
Yeah, Vader's just doing so much. Again, and so many... Ooh.
Oh, Fox, he's caught. He's going to have to flash away. He will survive. Yune doesn't seem to be able to chase him the rest of the way. Yune flashes forward, though. Almost lasers down the bear. Doesn't manage to land it.
Doesn't, unfortunately. I mean, it was so close there. He had a really good pillar there coming out from Rondon to hopefully slow him down, maybe catch him, but just not going to go in that favor there for them. But, again, 4 kills for nothing. I mean, this is just really good setting up GRIN that even a little bit more farther ahead. Now it's about a little over 5k gold lead. They're just getting a lot of that pressure that they wanted to have. And, again, Cathaldus just still performing very well. 0, 1, and 10. Had a really good solar flare there, and that slicing maelstrom setup just, I mean, this is what I was talking about. I was hoping to see more of that, and these team fights, they're just slightly keep going more and more in the GRIN's favor.
Definitely do here, and now with 2 4-0 team fights around the Dragon in their pockets, you really do feel like these team fights are just favoring GRIN Prism across the board here. Problem is this really what Glaive Emerald are set up to do. They don't have a lot of alternatives to the 5v5 team fight. They don't really have a powerful split push or a side laner that they can lean on here. That's not really the Gragas' forte. So it means they have to just try to find picks here with their Volibear, with their Jhin, with their Nautilus, with their Syndra. As long as GRIN Prism stays grouped up and takes the correct fights for them, they are very well poised to be able to close this one on out. Fox getting spotted by Cathaldus here, as Yune in the backup is going to be able to back on away. Rondon Baby is coming through as well. Top laners duking it out of the bottom lane, but the focus is on the top side as they're going to get a bunch of damage here onto Fox. That's a great solar flare from Cathaldus to lock down onto 2 targets, and Ice Scott just going to burn down to the Chaos Storm. 5v4 on the map for GRIN Prism as they take out the support.
Yeah, I love, again, the pillar, too. The pillar was in a really good spot where it forces them to try to go around those sides. That sets up for that Chaos Storm just to do so much. And, yeah, this is just, again, these really good team fights that you would hoping that Glaive would get more picks like that going for them. But, again, it's just, with the team setup, it's just not going the way that they were hoping. But Shaden able to still poke down solo lane pretty well.
Yeah, gets himself a fair bit there. Is standing just fine despite the storylines in that side lane. You know, this is what you draft Gragas to be able to do. He does a very good job of neutralizing quite a few lanes. Very tough to solo kill. Great sustain, very tanky when he wants to be. Very mobile as well. So, you know, Shaden's done his job for the most part. You know, he's stopping this cannon from getting a really great side lane game going, but once it comes to these team fights, you know, the setup here between Cathaldus and solo lane has continuously been fantastic. They get great solar flares into lightning maelstrom combos, slicing maelstrom rather, and it just rips apart the Glaive Emerald squad. They just don't appear to have a great answer for it.
Yeah, and this is where I was kind of like really liking that, because even you have the Graffield coming out from Yoon too, so just so much there. He's stepping up way too far. I'm surprised Fox is just not going in. Just go, dude. No
yeah,
balls.
Just wants to wait for the wave, I suppose. Wants to wait for Panda, but yeah, that opportunity going to dry up. Yume, a little bit too safe. Going to back out under that turret. Going to clear out the wave, keep himself at a safe distance from here on out. Wasn't necessarily at a safe distance there. We'll see. Panda's been pretty good so far this game at landing those Scatter the Weak stuns. They can do that, chain it into Fox's stun. Would be a great setup. There we go. The first stun comes on through. Panda going to come on forward, going to throw a minion at him, going to use the Unleashed Power, and that should be a kill. Going over to Fox at the top lane. Panda burning down to the Chaos Storm, just barely avoids the last tick in order to stay alive. Doesn't have to expend the flash either. That's going to be a great pick for Glaive Emerald, and they're going to start off the Baron here. They recognize how far behind they are, and they're going to try to make this play to get themselves skyrocketed back into the game.
I think it's a smart idea, too, just because of the fact, you know, Drake's coming up here shortly. The fact that, hey, you know what, let's get the TP going, let's just get ourselves here. And yeah, just
And they saw Rondon Baby bot as well, so they feel very confident to start this one on up. 3 members now of GRIN Prism coming up to try to stop this Baron. They see how low it is. Wistfully going to channel the Bullet Time. It's going to deal so much damage to iScott. The Solar Flare comes on through, but Follow Fox is able to smite down the Baron, and now Solo Lane is caught on out, stunned up, and taken out before he can even cast the ultimate. Cathaldus trying to flash away, getting chased on down by Shaden. Finally, Yune regrouping for the rest of this fight. Rondon Baby has arrived as well after picking up the Dragon, but it's too late to do anything about that Baron. Big Baron buff going on over to the side of Glaive Emerald. A kill for them as well. Cathaldus barely manages to sneak away. Rondon Baby very low as well, but will be able to stay alive. That's going to be a big amount of gold in the pockets of Glaive Emerald. They make a ballsy Baron call, and they get paid for it.
Well, yeah, like you said too, like you have to look at that Trundle was on that bot side, so you know, okay, Trundle is gonna go for that Drake. Let's just trade for this here. Know that, hey, let's put ourselves in positions to know that, hey, Solely might flank and try to use that slicing maelstrom, which he didn't even get to use. Like that's the other thing that I was like surprised at was like Solar went out, slicing maelstrom was not used. Like if you had those two again paired up, it would have just been so much for them. But again, you have to look at that. So like still is pretty squishy, isn't that super tanky of a top laner yet, and yeah, it's just really detrimental for GRIN there that again that they have to give away a Baron, but I hope that Glaive can actually really use it just because of the fact that again they're kind of just sitting in the jungle here and haven't been trying to push out other than just with Syndra here.
Yeah, and some of that on solo lane is the itemization here. He hasn't gone for the stopwatch or that Zonia's Hourglass. Second has gone for the Shadow Flame instead to deal a little bit more damage from his fed position, but that means when he gets caught on out like that, he doesn't have the option of just channeling ultimate and going into stasis. Kind of just has to sit there and take it, and in that last fight, it means that he ends up going on down. So far is going to be this Baron buff usage pretty effective here from the side of Glaive Emerald. They're going for the 1-3-1 setup. They're trying to get maximum value. Shaden threatening this outer turret in the one-on-one up against solo lane. Does look like Panda might be getting collapsed on here. Rondon Baby getting called on over. Doesn't land Scatter of the Week. Rondon Baby has the flash, has the ability to collapse, throws on down that Pillar of Ice, and now Panda's got nowhere left to go. Kill for Yune, but now what does that mean for the mid lane? Follow Fox starting off the siege, but it's going to get stunned on up, and it's going to get bullet time. Loses a whole bunch of HP right off the bat, but now where is the follow-up? Solar Flare comes on through. He gets flashed away from. Follow Fox will be able to stay alive from this fight. No more push coming on through from this Baron buff for Glaive Emerald.
Yeah, nowhere from them, but I look at that again. They still were able to secure that kill on a Panda. Panda just, unfortunately, doesn't really have too many assets. If you send out Scare of the Week, like, you're just kind of like, okay, I flash, and I hope I don't have to use it. And the fact that, again, you got the kind of more perfect pillar, the one where you knock them up, displace them back that little bit there, sets them into the grab field, and the fact that, yeah, you know what? It's Yoon. Yoon's gonna burst you down pretty well there, so great job by him.
Great play by Yoon. Great play by Rondon Baby, just recognizing how fast he could close the gap and how hard he could CC down Panda. Panda's still holding on to that flash, doesn't blow it when he knows he's already going to be dead. This has been a pretty eventful Baron and a pretty successful one here for the side of Glaive Emerald. They get themselves a top outer turret, they get themselves the bot outer turret. Try to push onto the mid-inner, get a lot of damage on a cross, but don't end up picking it up. But nonetheless, that's going to be very profitable for them, and now they are back within 3K.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to take these advantages as much as possible, especially with these gold bounties. Like, hey, just do what you can, just see if you can make a play somewhere, and yeah, Drake's going to be... Ooh.
Potential setup here on around the Dragon. Cathaldus looking for this pick out of Follow Fox. He's going to use that Stormbringer to get him over the wall and out of dodge. 4 members now pushing on in through this bottom side. Setting up around this Dragon. This will be sole point here for GRIN Prism. They picked on up their 3rd Dragon while the Baron was getting snuck away by Glaive Emerald. We'll see if this is the opportunity for GRIN to equalize in the long term off that play. Will be 45 more seconds to go, though, as they end up giving up a lot of control over this jungle and this bottom river, as they don't quite have the members right now. Solo lane pushing on the top side, has the teleport to rejoin, but as of right now, GRIN Prism are outnumbered.
Yeah, they are that little bit there just because of the fact that, again, you're leaving Solo lane up there. But he's got TP. He can come in when he needs to. So I think that's still really good for them. But thought of spotting out Follow Fox.
Scott going on in is going to manage to land that passive auto attack, but he's just taking so much damage for it. Wistfully goes on a killing spree and gets the first one of the fight. As now Follow Fox is getting melted on down. Jin trying to dish out the damage wherever he can, but he's forced to Gale Force back on away. Will be shut on down. Does the Volibear by this damage from Wistfully Shaden. Now the last frontliner left standing. Cathalda's going to lock him on down. A great combo from Panda. Finishes off the AD carry here from the side of GRIN Prism, but now Jin forced to head for the hills, getting chased down by Rondon Baby. The two carries left alone here. Solo lane flashes forward, goes in for the slicing Maelstrom. Can't finish off either target, though. Gets them both so very low. But what about the Dragon Soul? Yoon has gone for the recall, is trying to teleport back on in. And if Rondon Baby can secure this dragon for the team, that is going to be the Infernal Soul in the pockets of GRIN Prism.
Yeah, I mean, he gets it. He gets that Infernal Soul going for them, which means, hey, more damage means that Victor is going to do a lot there with Yoon. Solo will hopefully be able to kind of get some more picks with the Shurikens, and the fact that, yeah, Wistfully will be able to do now even more damage. Also with Rondon, it's going to be real spicy just to see how these fights go. Because, I mean, you have to look at, again, Subjugate's down. The fact that it's coming up, actually, I should say, right now. So if they do get another good team fight, you can take out the Follow Fox or Shaden pretty easily.
Yeah, that is going to be the setup on the Baron here. Coming on through for Glaive Emerald. They want to claim themselves the second one in a row, but now they're facing off against an Infernal Soul GRIN Prism, and they are a little bit quicker to respond this time around, but will it be enough? Down below 8k HP already. Here comes Rondon Baby. That's a big bullet time over the wall. Scott going to interrupt it, but now what about the follow-up? Rondon Baby throws on down that Subjugate, but it just doesn't make him tanky enough. He loses a whole bunch of HP, but the Baron is starting to reset. It's throwing on a little bit more damage, and they're finally going to have to back away from it. Too many health bars are too low. Both parties going to remove themselves from this fight. Rondon Baby is a complete non-factor at this point. Cathalda's there to frontline. Scat of the Week doesn't land onto this Trundle, but that does hit from Jin. Not quite going to be enough from the Deadly Flourish to knock on down the Troll King, though. He does go in for the recall. Once again, Follow Fox is still looking to keep this fight going. Continues to spot on out exactly where Rondon Baby is. At this point, you just got to walk back, my man. You cannot find a safe spot to recall in this jungle.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even take camps. I would just get out and just take the recall. I understand that. You know, if they go for something, fine, no big deal. But the fact that, yeah, you could potentially commit your life over, and then now this secures potentially that Baron that little bit more for themselves for Glaive. Like, you don't want that to happen. So you're there, you had it once. You're going to try and mitigate and not have it again. I mean, yes, you got the soul, which is great. It's that more permanent buff, but the fact that Baron can still swing a team back into favor, yeah, you don't want that to happen.
No, certainly do not. Instead, now, next focus is going to probably be on this Baron. We've got a while to go until any other objectives are going to be available. Solo lane pushing back out the bottom lane, wants to regroup with his team now without access to that teleport. Still needs to be present for these team fights. It's been a great ability to stabilize here from Glaive Emerald this game. They've kept the gold lead at about 3k for a long time, despite a couple of disastrous team fights. GRIN Prism still in the lead, but haven't really ballooned it any farther. Is a little bit of scaling coming on in through from Glaive Emerald to get themselves, back and competitive in this fight. They aren't necessarily the better scaling team composition, but they are, making this gold lead matter less and less.
They're definitely doing that. I mean, what's kind of nice is, even though they've been down for so long, it doesn't feel like they've been down at all. Like, they've been still keeping up, even though it's a 3k deficit. They're still able to take these different fights. They're still able to scale well. I mean, like Jin's getting a lot more damage on himself. Syndra's putting out a lot more too. The fact that Gragas is now able to kind of set up and picks up that Cosmic Drive means that, hey, you know what? He's going to get himself going too. So I think the fact that Follow Fox was making a little bit more better decisions, trying to get more of those ganks like you talked about, going for himself, and the fact that he is as tanky as he is, even if Subjugate does go on him, they should be able to burst down Rondon and Yoon, hopefully, very quickly.
Yeah, that is the intention here from the side of Glaive Emerald. Once again, the Baron is the look here. They are the first ones to set it on up. Jaden is there. Here comes a little bit of movement speed boost, trying to get their way on in there with the help of that frozen domain. Can't quite get the collapse on in the Rondon baby. Gets the slows across from the Pillar of Ice, but can't quite make the engage happen. They need Cathaldus to find a good angle for a Zenith Blade or a Solar Flare, and so far, it hasn't happened too much. Solo Lane would love to get himself a flanking angle, but needs to be able to push in the waves to be able to do that. Big scatter of the week from Panda. Knocks Cathaldus down very low to about half HP. Now, Cathaldus going to have to back on away, and once again, Glaive Emerald, they stand toe-to-toe with GRIN Prism and end up forcing GRIN Prism to retreat.
Yeah, hey, you know what? Make them retreat as much as possible. See if you can get this Baron going for yourselves here, and yeah, I mean, they're clearing out what they need to. They're trying to see if they can get on it, and they're going to do it again, but let's see if they get pulled off.
Here comes the regroup from GRIN Prism. Eye is going to be on Yoon here. He's so strong on this Victor, especially with the addition of that Infernal Soul. And once again, Glaive Emerald are going to be forced to back away. If they can't get a lot of alone time with the Baron, then it's not really worth being on the Baron at all. They're just taking a little bit more damage than they bargained for. They're going to have to back away. GRIN Prism doing the same. The Baron dance that never ends continues on, Gigatron.
Yeah, I feel like we're going from like tango to salsa. Like we're going through so many different dances here that I'm like, I'm gonna come. Like I can't think of more dance genres to come up with. But yeah, it's just I'd love to see that something kind of happens for them. We do have that Elder Drake is coming up shortly, so maybe this is the play that they go for it, because then they'll have that little bit extra damage. Maybe they'll be able to take these fights against GRIN. And hope that GRIN can't really do too much here, but
yeah, this is the remix where now they get to stand around in the bottom river, but maybe this will be where the fight actually breaks on out. They do manage to get a nice little Zenith Blade in there. They fire off the bullet time, but they don't get it onto too many targets. Scatter the Weak coming in to try to dissuade any further engages. Good poke damage comes on across there from that Infernal Soul, but now look at the damage from the Curtain Call. Knocks multiple targets on down pretty low. Now Yoon standing there with the lasers to just keep chunking on out members of Glaive Emerald. Glaive Emerald do not want to give up this Elder Drake, but they are stepping up and they are taking so much damage for it. Solo Lane threatening the engage, has the flash, just destroys Scott there with a little bit of a lightning rush as the Elder Dragon does go on down and does allow for the burn damage and a finish off on a Follow Fox. Shaden getting chased off as well as finally GRIN Prism find their fight. Cathaldus looking for the angle here, doesn't have the Solar Flare quite yet, but Wistfully is just so fast with the strut. Finishes off on a Panda, gets one shot in return, as that might be a big kill to get picked up there for Panda. Might stop this siege from ending the game when they don't have access to the Misfortune, but that might be wishful thinking here on the side of Glaive Emerald. GRIN Prism has 4 members strong, and they are looking to push into the base.
Yeah, even though you don't have Wishfully here, it's still really good to have Yoon, because Yoon will just be able to help.
Ooh, yeah, just flashing in right onto the Jhin. He's getting one shot. Scott finally respawns, but it's definitely too little and it's definitely too late. And in 38 minutes, GRIN Prism close out game number 1.
Yeah, it was definitely something that they're keeping that lead for a long time. The gold kind of got close because of those gold bounties. But yeah, they just kind of had to just keep these fights going for themselves, taking them at the right time. Hope that they were able to just do what they needed to do and peel them off of that Baron multiple different times. Again, they only gave up 1 Drake and 1 Baron at this point, and once they got the Elder, I mean, you saw they were just able to just mow through them, because you already had that subject ticking down on the Follow Fox, just gets bursted right there. You had, again, Yoon just performing very well with the Death Ray. Death Ray just locking down on people, so the fact that they just were able to synergize all of their abilities very well with their AoE there, it just set them up, I think, for the game here. So when I was trying to decide in the beginning, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I like what a lot of Glaive has, but unfortunately, they were just not able to pick out those certain people that they needed to make sure that this AoE wasn't going to pop off the way it did.
Yeah, definitely took a little longer for GRIN Prism than they probably would have wanted. They got 2 4-for-0 fights super early in the game. They were really in the driver's seat there and ended up just giving over a little bit more than they wanted to and getting stalled on out. But they do finally find the play there around the Elder Drake. They finally get themselves a kill and turn it into more off the back of the Elder and are able to close on out the game right then and there. Well played at the end to be able to close that one on out, and they do get the 1-0 start. And whether you close it out early or you close it out late, it all counts for the same. And it means you now just have to win 2 more to move yourself to the semifinals. We'll see if they're able to do it shortly, as we're going to throw it to a quick break and get into draft for game number 2.
Everybody, panic. Hold on. I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser. Always ready to cry. Da-da-da-da. Aw, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Aegis Defenders League, where GRIN Prism are now up 1-0 over Glaive Emerald here. We are going to get a little slide swap coming on through for game number 2. GRIN going to be on the blue side, Glaive on the red. Gigatron, it was a little bit of a long game, number 1, but GRIN Prism seemed firmly in control throughout and did have themselves a pretty substantial lead from start to finish.
Yeah, I thought it'd take a little longer. I mean, it's okay. I think they're playing more passive and trying to be safe about certain picks and trying to take those fights. Just because of the fact that, yeah, you do have a scaling coming out of Glaive that little bit there against Syndra, just being able to just do more and more damage. But if she's scaling, that means Victor's scaling too. So you really kind of had like good counterparts of people. Yes, they scale, but they're in good matchups where the other side's going to still burst you down, do a lot of damage. So I think the problem is just trying to clean up and get those transitions that they wanted. So if they were able to, you know what, just peel them off of that Baron a lot sooner and get kills out of it, yes, I think that could have gone maybe a little bit sooner for them. I think that even if they were able to make more decisions about pushing at different points, just a little bit quicker, a little bit more rotations, maybe then we would have seen a little bit sooner game. But the fact that it took this long, it's still fine, just because of the fact that, again, they're mentally just trying to make sure, let's not overcommit, let's just play it out, do it slow, get everything that we need. Again, that CC layering between grab field, the slicing maelstrom, and a solar flare, pretty well done, you know, from GRIN. So good job by them.
Yeah, so Glaive now going to change things up a little bit. They're going to ban away the Volibear this time. They took it for themselves last game, decided they don't want to give it up. Ban's going to stay the same for the side of GRIN. Does mean that the Jarvan is now available versus what was banned away last game. See if Rondon Baby does want to end up prioritizing that one. GRIN have their pick of the litter now. The Jinx no longer available. They've liked the Ezreal Karma bot lane a fair bit, but the Karma is going to be banned away. We'll see if maybe it's one of those high-priority junglers that ends up coming on through here next. The Jarvan was banned away last game, but it is going to be the Zeri first pick here going into that bottom lane.
I like the Zeri. Just it kind of shows that, hey, yes, you want to scale again, but it's something that is still going to be, I feel like it's still a highly contested pick. Not that the MF didn't work, it's just one of those ones that you don't need to prioritize that, as Glaive is actually going to try and prioritize it here. So, oh god, just lightning fast picks coming out right now as we have Braum picking up potentially here with Zeri. I like that. I mean, I feel like you get those passive procs off pretty quick.
Yeah, Nautilus MF is the bottom lane for Glaive here. It's like an interesting one. They're going to try to take the fight to the Zeri. The Nautilus into the Zeri has been pretty common. The selection-based depth charge really lets you respond to that speedy Zeri, make sure that you could lock her on down with a follow-up dredge line. The Braum going to be the response here to try to stop this misfortune, to really shut down that bullet time. I like this suggestion coming on through for Cathaldis. Does mean they're going to have to find their engage elsewhere, though. Can't rely on him on the Leona as they did previously. That likely means that the Trundle's not the pick this time around. The Gangplank, though, locked in blind here. Solo lane decides he wants this pick, and he doesn't want to wait for the Phase 2 bans to take it away from him.
Yeah, I think sometimes you really have to just figure out your matchup of, like, you know what, we don't see a jungler, we don't have to match, we're just going to match the bot lane and get ourselves, you know, one of our solo laners a pickup. And I think a Gameplank's good just because, oh, Aatrox just coming out right out of the gate there. I love that. I think that's just a really good matchup. Going to put a lot of pressure into Gangplank that, as much as you want to parlay and just get those grass procs, that he's just still going to be able to kind of smash down, lock him up, and hopefully get some raw damage going out on him.
Yeah, it is Shaden's second most played, so he goes for a little bit of comfort here to face off against the Gangplank from solo lane. I really expect to see some bans for engaged junglers now coming on through for Glaive Emerald, because you already see the support, you already see the top laner, and neither of them are going to be getting fights started. So you would think that that's got to be a heavy priority here. The Jarvan, again, really coming to mind for me. It was banned away in game number 1 by the side of Glaive. They've now let it slide on through. You would think that you want to take that one out here early on. Instead, they're going to go for the Xin Zhao, so a similar idea. now. Meanwhile, the bans in the mid lane coming on through. Ari and Syndra both banned away. These have been favorites here for Panda and are going to kind of force him onto that second tier champions that he likes a little bit less.
Yeah, I think if you're going to target someone, it's probably Panda, just to make sure it's like not picking those like super flavorful ones. Like a Kali too is a really good performance, and just right off the bat, get that charge.
Yeah, this is what they were waiting for. I mean, you know, this is what we were referring to earlier on. Rondon Baby now taking a little bit off the first tier of engaged junglers, but still nonetheless needs to find one. He's played a game of Sejuani since joining the roster. I wonder if that's just going to be the default here. I mean, it works well with the Gangplank, who's going to be a melee top laner, or if he's just going to bust out something new for us. We'll see what the selection ends up being. That's going to be Orianna in the mid lane as that blind pick. Really safe, does really well against virtually every matchup. And let's see if I called it. Let's see if my crystal ball has produced us the jungler here for the side of GRIN.
I think Sedge is a good pick. I think also, I don't know who I'd pick in this also, just because of the fact that I think it's a good pickup taking the Orianna away, for the fact that if Glaive was potentially trying to maybe go for that with that Jarvan combo, but I guess Shyvana.
Shyvana ends up coming on through here as, you know, it will serve that engage role if that's what ends up being necessary. You know, will be able to at least Dragon's Descent right into the middle of everybody and get a fight started that way. It does have a little bit of a vacuum effect. So the Shyvana Orianna engage combo, this is like old school, like season 3 League of Legends.
Yeah.
But it is a combo that you can kind of do. There's a little bit of a vacuum effect on the Dragon's Descent. You can combine that with a much bigger vacuum effect of the Shockwave and really get a big wombo combo on a cross, especially up against some immobile carries like the Misfortune, like the Ziggs that Glaive have drafted for themselves. So that's really their plan for getting fights started, and I think it's about as good as any. Does end up getting them what they were missing in the draft, as this looks like it's going to be a Ziggs mid, so something we don't get to see a lot of these days.
No, especially since when we've seen like PVS and others in the league just be playing him on the bot side. Definitely kind of glad to see Ziggs be picked up here as a mid laner. Kind of helps a little bit of the split push that they didn't have before between the Aatrox and the Ziggs. Ziggs now with the Sapphire Charge can burn through those towers that little bit easier, as well as the kind of Aatrox, one of those solo laners that can perform very well into a lot of good matchups, especially the Gangplank here, and can hopefully be that split pusher and doesn't have to rely on those team fights like we were talking about, you know, that first game.
Yeah, definitely here. And now to watch out in the bottom lane. Now, you know, it's not really the two aggressive actors that we were talking about seeing in a previous game, you know, in game number 1. Now it's going to be, you know, the Zeri and the Braum definitely expected to be on the back foot, and the Misfortune Nautilus definitely going to be looking to punish that. I'm curious to see how that shifts this matchup. We saw a lot of fighting around bottom lane in game number 1 over these dragons, over trying to make plays happen from both junglers. I don't think that that's going to get moved away from. You know, they've got this really aggressive jungler in the Jarvan who can make ganks happen early, facing off against the Shyvana, who really kind of wants to farm and get to level 6. So it feels like Glaive have a real opportunity to try to bust this game open through the bottom lane. Really going to be looking at Cathaldist and Wistfully to see if they can withstand that pressure.
I think they could, potentially. I mean, the worst case scenario is that it's not Zeri getting hooked, it's going to be Braum getting hooked. Braum at least could block a lot with the shield there, kind of negate that bullet time. Hopefully Zeri could just kind of not have to be sitting up front, can sit behind him, get protected that a little bit more, and then I'm looking at hopefully that we do see I got just good layering of CC from them. I mean, you have, like you said, that those two vacuums coming out between Orianna and Shyvana there. You have Glacial Fissure coming out from Braum too, which is another good knockup. That I think between those three, you get still really good CC, not as much AoE as last time around, but still works, I think, for GRIN very well there. But Glaive, yeah, like you talked about, that depth charge is going to be a real problem for Zeri. That, again, it's just kind of like that meta pick of like, hey, you know what, you want to pick that? Cool, we'll pick something that's very annoying for you to deal with, especially in team fights, and hopefully that can pay off well for them, especially because you could pair that up with the Jarvan Cataclysm. Hopefully keep Zeri in there that a little bit longer, but maybe it's just the raw damage between the two can just pop her enough to, maybe not commit more to that lightning crash and have to give it up.
Yeah, it's a great Jarvan ulti combo that they've drafted for themselves on Glaive. The Cataclysm keeps them in place. I like the combo with Mega Inferno Bomb a lot, especially. The AoE of the Cataclysm and the middle section of Mega Inferno Bomb, about the same size there, and guarantees that you get a whole boatload of damage on the Ziggs. Bullet Time, of course, has some clear synergies in there as well. And you're up against a backline that's not very mobile. Orianna, no dash in her kit. Gangplank, no dash in her kit. So, gonna be a lot of opportunity there if you get a good Cataclysm off, if you can lock down these two targets to really burst them out. Zeri also, she has the low cooldown dash, but she doesn't get the big range extension on the E off of player-made terrain. So, it's not like she's going to skate through the Cataclysm and then rush out, a million miles away. Even if she does get over it, she's still going to be very close by. It's not, it's not the kind of effect that you see when she's next to some of the bigger natural terrain on the Rift.
Exactly, and that's where I really do like that. Yes, she could get out, but the fact that he could just flag drag or take away the Cataclysm and then still follow up. Between the fact that this is the other thing you have to look at too. Even if the Cataclysm goes and say you get the Mega Inferno Bomb going too, you still have Make It Rain and Bullet Time coming out from Misfortune. That if Braum can't put himself in there and they're collapsing onto Zeri, or again, like you said, any of those more immobile champions there, then they're just gonna get popped very easily.
Yeah, they really are. You really feel like both teams want to be the ones starting off this fight. Glaive wants to be running in with the Jarvan to get things started on their own terms. GRIN wants to have that Shyvana-Orianna combo. But GRIN also, they have a really good ability to kite on back, and these are the kind of drafts that I like to see into the sort of heavy engage of the Jarvan. The Braum, the Zeri, the Gangplank, they all really like to step back and let the other team come into them. Orianna as well, really. So GRIN has drafted, in my opinion, really effectively for that, even without having access to a whole bunch of counter picks. Now, the question is, how do those counter picks end up influencing things? Because Glaive, they've gotten their choice of the litter up against this Zeri bottom lane. They saw Zeri first and foremost. They chose to take Nautilus Misfortune into it. They saw the Gangplank first. They chose to take the Aatrox into it. They saw the Orianna first, and they chose to take the Ziggs into it. They've really had a great opportunity to counterpick every single lane. So if they can play out these lanes and come out with advantages, then it's definitely a recipe to have the game go in your favor.
I definitely think so. I just can't wait to see it.
Yeah, we're going to throw it to another break here. We get loaded onto the Rift for game number 2. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes. See GRIN Prism and Glaive Emerald take it to each other once again. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Aegis Defenders League quarterfinals matchup between GRIN Prism and Glaive Emerald. GRIN up 1-0 in this series. Glaive gonna try to strike back here in this game number 2, taking a little bit of a different look and taking a level 1 invade here. Gonna get spotted on that ward. They do manage to snag it, giving that gold over to the Misfortune. It's about all they're gonna get for it, though. They don't even get any wards in response.
No, I mean, hey, you know what? Still a little bit of gold going towards themselves, but in reality, yeah, I feel like they should have still gotten a ward out. Maybe see where that spot is going. Most likely is going to start that red anyways. But it's the fact that they still have that ward there right between the toucans and, or, well, chickens, whatever at this point. Chickens and the red buff there. So they're going to get definitely spot out, and they clear it.
Sure, Yoon gonna start off, gonna get first strike in that mid lane, not the mastery, hasn't gone for, or the rune. They're called runes now. I apologize, everybody. I'm a bit of a boomer, but is not going for that rune, but does get the first hit up against Panda nonetheless, and is just gonna be looking to farm up as much as he can. Panda should get the push in this lane before too long, if not immediately. So this is gonna be a start off from Scott in the bottom lane, lands a nice edge line onto Cathaldis. Does tank it bravely for Wistfully. Zeri going to be trying to make sure that the Zeri can be safe and farming as long as possible. Fox going for the level 2 gank in the mid lane. Yoon backing up as far as he can. Doesn't want to have to expend this flash, and it looks like he won't have to.
No, he doesn't have to, but now he's out positioned to the point of he has to rotate down and around to get back to the mid lane, because if he tries to cross over, he's going to get met with the Ziggs, and the Jarvan again can just collapse on him. So I think that's just a good rotation and follow-through with Fox, just because of the fact that, hey, now you're trying to punish that mid laner from getting CS. So it's just good job.
Definitely a good job, solo lane. Getting the push off early on here up against Shaden. Definitely looking pretty good on the gangplank thus far. This is a pick. This is second most played of the whole season, long behind the Irelia. He is definitely going to be happy to get that one in the playoffs here. Shaden shows the Aatrox up against it so far. Not having the easiest of times in lane. We'll see if it gets better with a couple of additional levels as Fox has moved into the bottom side, trying to make a play happen. Nice dredge line lands onto Wistfully. Cathaldis is there for the backup. They don't know that Fox has already arrived here. He's going to have to flash away. Wistfully now with no summoners left in that bottom lane. Fox creating an advantage.
Yeah, unfortunately, you just did get the knockup from the Flag of Drag, but you're able to still, again, take away the flash. So it's still a win-win, and the heal, too. I mean, hey, you know, if you could just punish out this bot side again. I mean, they played it through last time, and they could definitely do it again here. So hopefully they can get that matchup going. But, yeah, I had to look at Misfortune still doing a lot here, and I can't wait to see what really happens for themselves. It's just like I said, a good setup with the Nautilus that, I don't know, maybe we'll see a 2v2 kill coming soon, or is it going to be, you know, a gank again followed up by Fox?
We'll see here. Rondon, baby, hard farming on the Shyvana as expected. Does have double the camps and double the fun of Fox thus far, and now he's here for the potential response onto Fox. They're trying to set up onto Yoon here, but now here comes Rondon, going to force Fox to flag and drag his way over that wall, relieves a little bit of pressure in the mid lane, and denies Fox the opportunity to keep creating advantages on the map. Makes this Shyvana all the stronger as she gets more and more time to scale. Solo lane with the triangle barrels there gets them going in both directions.
Yeah. You know what? And that's the thing about GP is you always have to have those nice barrel mechanics. And if you can get something like that going, I think that just shows, hey, you learned the craft, you know what you're doing. The fact that, again, even though you were definitely taken down very low by Shaden, you're still able to stay up here without committing a death.
Bringing the Vel'Koz trigonometry lessons to the top lane there on this GP. Has a nice CS lead for himself. Shaden found a way to get a good trade in that top lane earlier on. Solo lane was very low on HP for a little while, but hasn't been able to close the CS gap. The range advantage of the parlay, the ability to wave clear with the barrels, it's just pushed this so far in solo lane's lead. Follow Fox starting on off the dragon, getting pretty low here, is going to have to expend the smite, but will be able to secure that dragon for the team.
Yeah, I mean, without really knowing, yeah, was maybe Rondon, around? No. But the fact that, you know what, yeah, you got a little too low, let's just smite it and should be able to get it. And again, just pretty easy for them here, having that Ocean Drake Mountain going to be coming up shortly, in the next 4.5 minutes. But yeah, I like a lot of, again, the rotations coming out from GRIN. They've been just getting those ganks off that little bit easier. They're able to get the Drake here. Yeah, it feels like that they're... I'm sorry, not GRIN. Glaive. Alright. So excited with GRIN last time being on red side. I was thinking they were there again for whatever reason. But yeah, Glaive just showing a lot of difference here compared to this first game.
Yeah, they are. They're getting off to a good early start, at least keeping the pressure on the bottom lane. Rondon Baby is in this bottom lane, going to make sure that they can successfully crash this wave. Faldos walks it on into the turret and gets themselves a recall. Rondon Baby going to join them, as so far, wistfully keeping himself pretty close in CS. The amount of that wave does die to the turret, and it does mean that these 80 carries, they're basically neck and neck. That is going to be a CS lead and a gold lead as a team going on over to the side of GRIN Prism.
Yeah, just that slight little bit there. I mean, even though you have that little bit of CS lead still kind of being... It's half and half. It's weird. Like, you have bot side still going towards Glaive along with mid, but then you see top side has definitely got a little bit more of a difference along with the jungle camps being a little bit more farm, more on Rondon here.
Yeah, for sure. And Rondon, now level 6, now does have that Dragon's Descent, is going to make a play onto Shaden here. Has the Sorcerer's Shoes to ramp up the damage a little bit, going to force Shaden to use the flash as he pulls him in there with that ultimate. Now, going to be no ultimate, no flash on Shaden. Chasing on to Rondon. Scott is in the area as well. There's actually 4 members of Glaive here trying to respond to Rondon Baby's play in the top lane. They're going to have to hide back out under that turret. They knock Shaden pretty low with another Flame Breath.
Oh no.
Fox waiting in this tri-brush here, going to find Rondon. Rondon now going to have to head back out under that turret, gets hit by the flag and drag. Scott is just a little bit too late to be able to land the dredge line as well. Here comes Yoon, seems to realize what's going on. Spots 3 there with the ball. I don't think they want to make a return play here, though. They know that they're in a 2v1 in the bottom lane. They know that they're netting some free farm time for the Zeri, and they're going to be willing to let this play go on through. This should be a Rift Herald, though, netted for Glaive Emerald.
Yeah, I definitely would say it's going to probably go over to them. Even though the ward might spot out that, hey, he's doing it and everything, I don't think Rondon is able to do much. Again, doesn't have that ultimate yet. Is still building up towards it, but even if he has it, to maybe just use that empowered Dragon Flare there, it's just not going to go towards them, but it's fine. I mean, we have to look at Wistfully is still farming up very well here, but the fact that MF is able to still pretty much keep this lead very much minimal, honestly. I mean, you're already even again.
Yeah, Wistfully and Cathaldus playing this lane out pretty effectively. Scott spent a lot of time in the top lane there, which really meant that the pressure couldn't be kept up onto this Zeri, and so she's well on her way to being able to finish off her first item. Yoon gets caught on out by that Cataclysm, but doesn't, just manages to kind of slip his way out of it. He got caught in the middle a little bit there off the back of the Satchel Charge, and I guess the RNG just not favoring the side of Glaive Emerald that time as he manages to slip his way on out.
I mean, still, it's a great idea. I think it's just the fact that you're doing both at the same time. Just, like you said, it's just a little unfortunate there. But now that they kind of know that synergy does happen, they'll know for next time not to do that. But with all this.
Yeah, it does look like my dude did just kind of just walk out of Cataclysm, though. Like, it's a little... it does definitely feel bad there for the side of Glaive Emerald. I mean, I'm not going to sugarcoat it there. That sucks, man. So they end up not getting a blow Yoon's flash as a result. Yoon just force of wills his way out of there and will hide back out under the turret.
We're going to blame the skin. We're going to blame that it's that specific skin that, you know, the Cataclysm is not as perfectly formed as a lot of the other skins. It's just, it's a little bit more wide, kind of some pockets there, maybe that he slipped through. So, you know, Oriana being that little nimble. It's just kind of I don't know how that happened, but regardless, still just great job by them to try to get the synergy going, but it's just not the way that they want it. But wistfully, still trying to get some CS here. Getting poked out a lot though.
Yeah, Dragon started up by Follow Fox here as well. He's soloing that one on out. Is Rondon Baby going to try to make a play in the top lane once again? About to get enough Fury to go for the Dragon's Descent, and there's no flash available for Shaden this time around. Flame Breath should be up here pretty soon. Going to deal a whole boatload of damage. Yoon is coming on up as well, and that's going to be first blood to Yoon on the Orianna. Secures it in the top lane, takes Shaden out. Dragon will be secured in response by Follow Fox.
Yeah, I think at that point, you know what, First Blood being as late as it is right now, being around that 11 minutes, that's okay, just because of the fact that you're able to, one, put this Rift here in the mid lane, get some plate gold. Oh my god, just kill Yoon.
Yoon taking a lot of damage there, does still have access to that shockwave, though. Turns it on to Follow Fox and gives himself his second kill of the game, and now Panda getting chased on down by Rondon Baby, going to be forced to use the flash to be able to escape. Rondon has only the Ghost, not going to be able to blink over walls without Dragon's Descent, so Panda will escape safely and is very close to executing down the mid turret as well, but the play going to be stopped by Follow Fox's death. So Ice Scott trying to force to the bottom lane and not going to be able to lock down onto the T target, which is Wistfully.
Yeah, I mean, not going to be able to, but... Oh,
that's a nice max distance stretch line. Cathaldis with the stand behind me gets a big block there off on to that bullet time, but it's not going to be enough to save his own life. All summoners down for Wistfully and Cathaldis. Misfortune and Ice Scott, they just blow the full combo there. They get themselves a kill in the 2 versus 2. So Rondon gonna steal away that crab as now they're looking to lock down onto Shaden. He will be able to scoot himself over that wall, but still going to be a on the map lead for side of GRIN Prism.
Yeah, I look at it that, you know what, could have gone a little bit better for them, but, you know, like, GRIN just gets it, and it's alright, no big deal. It's just a scuttle. You burn a smite that could have been used in a fight, or more bigger objective, like, say, when a Drake comes up, or, you know, a team fight, or anything going, so not really too much of a loss there, but we still have to look at that Glaive, is up the 2 Dragons lead here. We do have a Hextech as our soul this time around, and I'm looking to see how much Shaden can really do with this, because I think we kind of talked about it before, you know, getting into the game here, that this advantage maybe going over the solo lane, just because of the fact that, look at those barrels.
Getting a lot of damage on across here. It is going to be a 2v2 in the top lane. Dragon's Descent comes on out. That's going to be the flash blown by Shaden once again, and it has to be followed up by Follow Fox's flash as well. Rondon Baby still looking to keep this play going. Panda is arriving, but so is Yoon, who does have access to that all-important shockwave. Rondon Baby going to finish off the first kill onto Shaden as Follow Fox is forced to hide back out under the turret. Yoon taking a lot of damage from Panda there, though. The Ziggs gets a lot done there with those bombs. With the additional gold he's been able to pick on up, he has finished off that Leandries, is up in the gold lead over Yoon as a result of the CS lead, as well as that first brick of gold that he did secure himself. And now a play being made in the bottom lane. Wistfully just going to be forced to tank the bullet time for a little bit too long, has to get himself out of dodge. Misfortune ends up winning out in that play.
Yeah, just great job by pushing out Zeri there. Means that, hey, you should hopefully get some damage to the turret here, but you do have Cathaldis coming in, so pretty much need a backup here as you have this half health right now.
Yeah, definitely going to be Misfortune getting chunked out a little bit low. Cathaldis trying to keep him away, trying to make sure he can't interrupt the recall of Wistfully, but he'll do it anyway. Make it rain, lands. Will stop Wistfully from getting off the recall that he wants. Rondon Baby on the bottom side of the map might be coming on down to catch this wave before too long, as Rift Herald number 2 is being started by Follow Fox.
Yeah, and I mean, no contest really either. You have Rondon down here, but
EP from the side of Yoon to try to group up on this fight. Gets the dissonance there onto the Misfortune. She's going to be melted down here pretty fast. Killing spree goes over to Yoon, and Scott going to be the next target. Again, doesn't even have to use the ultimate. Yoon now 4-0 on the Orianna, being funneled so much additional gold. They're going to try to crack on open the mid lane once again, though. They do throw on down that Rift Herald in the middle lane, and they do have the execute of Panda's Satchel Charge, getting a lot of gold from this inner turret super early in the game, funneled into Panda's Ziggs. Here comes Rondon Baby, joining up a little bit later, just going to force them on off, as another charge comes on through, knocks down the inhibitor turret even lower as well. A lot of pressure coming through in the mid lane here from the side of Glaive.
I mean, a lot of pressure, definitely. I mean, you have to look at that. Unfortunately, it's just they couldn't get that extra turret there in base. But you know what? This means that Drake is coming up. Drake dance is going to be going on, and looks like it's still going to go over to Glaive right now as they start it on up.
Set up here. Shaden moving on through the mid lane, getting some priority. They want to move this on to Dragon and get themselves on a soul point. And the Chain CC is so strong here on a Rondon Baby. He's going to get finished off by Fox. Meanwhile, the fight's getting started by Shaden on the other side. Wistfully's already been taken out so low. And Fed Orianna just doesn't matter when your team's already been crushed in the fight. Glaive Emerald, they get themselves their third Dragon of the game and a nice kill on a Rondon Baby. Great play there by them.
Yeah, I think that Glaive is just showing that, hey, you know what? They're able to, do a lot more this time around because they drafted more of that comp that, one, can split very well. Two, they can clear waves a lot better, I think, this time. Three, you're able to, again, provide a lot more pressure, a lot more team fight ability this time around compared to last time, just because of the fact that you couldn't really stop the AoEs coming in. You had a lot of single target. You had nothing nowhere to the extent of what you have now, and the fact that, hey, you know what, the Jarvan's working well, even though, you know, you get the funny guy hitbox of the Cataclysm there, and yeah, it's just really good by Glaive right now. I mean, even though they're down a couple kills, gold's not showing that. Gold's still showing. It's about a 1k difference.
Yeah, and you really do wish you could get some of these dragons when you have the Shyvana on your team. You know, you want to get the extra stats the passive provides when you're able to finish those on off. So far, no neutral objectives have gone on over to the side of GRIN Prism. Rondon Baby has been farming very effectively, has had some good ganks on the top side as well, but has not netted it into dragons or Rift Heralds. Both Rift Heralds and all three dragons going over to Fox this game.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know what? I like that we're seeing a big difference coming out from them, showing that, hey, you know what? Not only did we get one last time, we're getting three now, potentially four, as that Hex Drake will be coming up in a little bit more than 3 minutes. But yeah, it looks like you have Baron going to be coming up here in about minute 40. So you know what? I'd be trying to go position myself for that, see if I can get some wards up, clear some vision. I'll try to poke them maybe out of this mid lane so they don't stay there, but man, Shaden's getting traded on very well from solo lane.
Yeah, they are scaling up to be pretty powerful here. That's going to be a big ultimate from Yoon, chunking out down onto Panda. They're trying to finish him on off now with the Shyvana damage. Meanwhile, a shutdown is gained by solo lane, finishes it on off with the cannon barrage from across the map, and it is 1-for-1 as Yoon ends up being shut down by Fox. 1-for-1 in that bottom lane. Cathaldus now at risk of getting caught on out. Will be slowed, but won't be followed up on. That's not really the play you were hoping for on the side of GRIN. They started on off, they get the engage onto Panda, they make it a 1-for-1, but they expend a lot of their global tools to be able to do it, and they give up a big shutdown from Yoon's Orianna.
Yeah, you really don't want to do that, just because now that's more gold pocketed into Glaive here. Glaive still already up, but again, now it's not much still of a difference. That shutdown did put them back in a little bit better spot. But again, the fact that you're able to pick up Panda, Panda had a burn of flash too, really just shows that, and same thing with you, both had a burn flash, so in these fights, yes, you're going 1-for-1, but again, you really can't commit more gold than needed. You have to look at, hey, let's keep ourselves in the game that a little bit more. Let's try to get ahead. We're down 3 Drakes. We're down 3 towers too, you know, coming out there from GRIN, so it's really just something that we'd like to see a little bit different change, I think, from them coming soon. But maybe that'll be with this last Salt Point maybe coming out right now.
Yeah, and a very interesting build coming through from Rondon Baby as well. Starting on off there with the Bammy Cinder, which, that is normal. You would expect him to go for the Iceborne Gauntlet or something along those lines. But then pivoting and going right into the Blade of the Ruin King is very interesting for me. Trying to get a little bit more attack damage on a cross, but feels like not getting the best of both worlds on the play so far is still pretty squishy. Can't really be that frontliner that the team needs, but also, probably not going to be able to stay alive for too long to be able to utilize that Blade of the Ruin King to its best either.
Yeah, I think I'm someone that I prefer Iceborne into Demonic than going towards that Blade of the Ruin King, but doesn't mean it doesn't work. It's just, it still could be good in this matchup. It's just, how well are you going to stick on there when you have, like, 3 people that could root you down pretty well?
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. There are a lot of melees. You do have Aatrox, Jarvan, everybody to try to focus on to just be smacking away there. But, going to be tough. Is Yoon going for the recall in top lane, going to have to teleport to rejoin the rest of the team as the dragon is going to spawn here. This would be the soul for the side of Glaive. Definitely not going to want to flip this, though. GRIN is arriving as they want to definitely take this fight to prevent the soul from going on over. Carry's getting a little zoned on off here. The poke damage is pretty effective from Panda. He's been so strong this game on the Ziggs. Got funneled so much gold from the turrets and structures they demolished in the mid lane. Here goes the engage getting started by Rondon Baby. Doesn't really land on anybody. He's just going to get melted on down here. Wistfully over the wall. Pops that burst, but just can't get enough damage on across. Solo lane getting focused on out as well. Yoon doing the damage that he can. There goes Follow Fox trying to keep the fight going. Gets the double kill. Gets the triple kill. And stays alive through it all off the back of the Cataclysm. Shaden does finally end up going down to Yoon here. Yoon might even be able to pick up on the Eye Scott as well, but this is definitely going to be Hextech Soul going on over to the side of Glaive Emerald. Yoon, though, popping off in the fight, gets himself a double there as well. 3 kills in the fight total, but the Hextech Soul is just worth so much.
Yeah, I think that, hey, you know what? They're committing themselves a little bit more than they should to fighting, but that means then, hey, you know what? Now you can't go over to the Drake, potentially steal away from them. So, really good job by Glaive. They kind of just make the decision of, you know what? Even if we commit people to fighting right now, it doesn't matter other than as long as they stall out so we can get that Drake. So, great job by them. You have the Hextech Soul. It's really going to help you out. The fact that, again, yeah, you also denied 4 Drakes. You didn't let anything go over to them this game. So, great job by them. They're still able to stay with that 1K lead, which I think they just need to have a really good fight going towards them for Glaive, and it could be done. I mean, we're at that little over 23 mark. We already have the soul, which, hey, you know what? If you just use it here in this fight, maybe. There's a little dance. I don't even know what we're doing here.
Yeah, we're just trading a little bit of blows back and forth. Rondon Baby does have that engage tool in the form of the Dragon's Descent, but doesn't have the backup of Yoon. That's definitely what you'd want here. Yoon taking the recall here. Pretty high HP, pretty high mana, but wants to complete the Magi's to be able to potentially stack up even higher. Has been having a fantastic game so far and does have the 10 stacks already from the Dark Seal. So we'll give him that little bit of extra oomph to try to carry on through this fight as the Baron is in the eyes of Glaive Emerald.
I mean, you know what? If they can get it, great. I mean, they're pushing out the waves right now. So hopefully that top side can create a little bit of pressure. You have Shaden here staying on that bot side, bringing down Soul Lane. So the only difference, though, is Soul Lane, if he decides to join to go for that Baron fight, he will be able to, while we don't see Shaden have that TP up yet.
Yeah, definitely not going to have that tool here. Panda does, so Panda might be the one of choice to go and answer in that bottom lane. Solo lane can also contribute without even teleporting with the help of that Cannon Barrage Global. So far, the Baron has not been started on up, and as long as GRIN can be confident that it hasn't been, they're happy to just let Solo lane play in this side lane. But they don't really have direct vision, so they don't know exactly that it's been started on up yet. They're going to have to use the trinket to spot it out. They do manage to do so, and that's going to be a back away from the side of Glaive Emerald on that Baron buff. Now, what about the follow-up engage? Shaden going on in on Rondon Baby, going to be forced to use the Dragon's Descent. It's a crucial engage tool for them to be able to start off these fights, and that might be enough to force them right back onto the Baron. Cathaldus and Rondon Baby going to have to kind of face check a little bit here. They have to step into the river to see what's going on with the big purple worm. They get good damage onto Panda, but they just don't see what's going on with the Baron. They finally do with the Scryer's Bloom. Shaden getting caught out by Yoon there, who does expend the Shockwave. Shaden will be going on down here. You gotta believe. He's healing up through a lot, though, with the Gore Drinker and with the ultimate. Rondon Baby will be able to finish off that kill, but the rest of the team is getting wiped off on the other side. Fox goes down in a 1-for-1 trade with Solo Lane. Cathaldus is left incredibly low. Wistfully hanging out in the mid lane, clearing out the wave. It does end up being a 2-for-1 in favor of GRIN Prism as they look to siege on the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know what? GRIN just able to, one, peel them off the Drake, the purple worm there, too. You're taking 2-for-1. The fact that now you are able to get the Scuttle, so you get vision on there, 2, you're clearing the wards, and the fact that 3, you're able to still take mid and push with it, too. Really just shows that, hey, you know what, we still won out with this fight even though we're giving away Solo Lane, and the fact that, hey, you know what, you really need to worry about yourselves because of the fact that if you're positioned wrong again, now we're able to do something more with it. So really excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, for sure here. A couple of more pages in Yoon's book as well. Does still have that Magi's. Surprised that they were willing to commit the Shockwave there for the play onto Shaden. Feels risky when you know how crucial this Orianna is going to be for your team fighting. The Zeri still not quite online, still only on one item, doing their best to farm on up, but just hasn't been participatory enough in the game to be caught on up like somebody like this Misfortune is, who's already got 3 items completed. Zeri, I gotta believe, is going to be able to finish off another one once she gets her next recall off, but you know, Wistfully has not been a huge participant in this game thus far and is really going to want to change that to come into these later game team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it really needs to. I mean, getting those good double ups, the bullet time. Ooh.
Oh, Dragon's Descent over the wall, getting a knot onto Scott here. Gonna slow him on down with the Dissonance. He will likely end up going on down here. Full ulti channel coming on through from Misfortune. Gonna chunk Yoon incredibly low. Yoon going to go on down there to the Mega Inferno Bomb, and that's gonna be a pickup onto Wistfully as well. They didn't let him recall first. He just doesn't have any damage in the tank. They get another one onto Cathaldus there. Rondon Baby gonna fall on down elsewhere as well. It's 4 kills for 1 picked on up for Glaive Emerald on a fight that GRIN Prism started, just demolishing the team fight and getting ready to crack open the base.
This is what we kind of noticed this time around is there's a lot of back and forth. The satchels didn't go off at the right time there, but the fact that these fights can sometimes go one way or the other, it's just that kind of nice roller coaster where even though now we see the gold lead is almost a 3K gold lead coming out from Glaive here, they're still able to do a lot with it now. It looks like they're going to set up for this. Why can't I think of the Drake right now?
The Elder?
My brain is fried right now. But Elder, yes.
Yeah, Rondon Baby is here, doesn't have the flash of the Dragon's Descent, so can't get over the wall. Cathaldus has arrived, Solo Lane threatening here. There's going to be the Mega Inferno Bomb over the wall. Wistfully tries to steal it away, almost gets it over the wall there, but the smite is true, and it's going to be Misfortune picking up. Solo Lane just gets blown up by Panda. This feels like it's getting pretty close to over, Gigatron. Glaive Emerald with the Dragon Soul at their backs have been able to get so much done. Panda will be caught out and shut down. First kill of the game goes over to Wistfully. Is a 4v4 on the map now, but no Shockwave available. Wistfully actually popped the ultimate there. Not even really particularly close to anybody. I think that was probably a mistake and means that they're not going to have it for the siege onto the Nexus. Definitely not a good time for something like that to happen. Is Yoon going to go into the stasis as the fight is being successful so far? Wistfully getting a lot of damage on a cross. Fox going to be the next target, is going to fall on down. Misfortune stepping forward, knows that she's strong, but just can't quite find the opportunity without the bullet time available. And they will save their Nexus with no turrets left alive.
Yeah, I mean, able to kind of just stop the siege from happening. It's kind of crazy, too, just because of the fact that they are able to do so much here from Glaive. Yeah, you had get pretty good picks going on to GRIN here. The fact that you got the Elder Drake, too. And, again, it's just really getting empowered by the Hextech Soul here. The only issue is now you're going to see that this Baron gets started up by GRIN.
Yeah, GRIN wants to fight their way back into this. They definitely would love to have this purple buff to be able to fight back on in these later game fights. Shockwave is back available for Yoon. He is back up to over 10 stacks on the Magi's as well. He's super strong here on the Orianna, but they're going to get a little too antsy. They don't have Rondon Baby with them. They are going to have to peel on off the Baron. That might be the room for Glaive Emerald to be able to start it on off for themselves. Now, GRIN going to regroup around this Baron, getting ready to try to contest for it, but it's already down to below half HP. Rondon Baby stepping on up, doesn't have access to the ultimate. Wistfully trying to get damage wherever they can. Scott going to be the first target here, and Wistfully jumps forward right in the middle of everybody. Gets one shot there by the bullet time. Now the rest of the fight breaking on out. That's going to be a big shockwave, but it's only going to net one kill onto the Misfortune. 4 for 2 team fight. Glaive Emerald going to come on through and try to close out this game. Now there's only one man left standing, and Solo Lane cannot defend a towerless Nexus all on his own.
No, I mean, that's the big thing, too, that they gotta realize is as much as Jaden's taking these turret shots here, the fact that it's just gonna go down right now.
Yeah, tying up the series at 1-1. Glaive Emerald, they clean game number 2. They lose some fights here and there. They fall behind in gold early on, but they keep the objective game harshly in their favor. They get every Rift Herald, they get every Dragon, including the Elder, and they just slam on through the base. Only one turret going down the entire game. You know, they're willing to give up those kills as long as they're playing the objective game correctly. Great play by Fox, great play by Glaive Emerald now, bringing us up to what'll be a best of 3 from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, and this is where these next 2 games are really pivotal for both teams. The fact that now you're 1-1, you had a really good job coming out from Glaive Emerald here. The fact that, again, like I said, you get 4 Drakes in a row. You actually get 5 Drakes, sorry. You did get the Elder there too. So the fact that you got 4 Drakes and an Elder really shows that you popped off there. Done a little bit quicker than GRIN the last time around too. So this shows that, hey, you know what? This team comp, they rotated very well. They're trying to get those specs out when they can. The fact that they were able to, again, push pretty well shows that, again, this is a whole different matchup from that first game. So pretty excited to see what Glaive pulls out in this game 3.
Yeah, tied 1-1 here. Going to be GRIN and Glaive going at it once again for at least 2 more games tonight. We're going to throw it to another break while we get into draft for game number 3, but don't go anywhere. We've got a competitive series on our hands. We got a couple more games to play tonight.
Everybody, panic! Hold on. I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser. Always ready to cry. Da-da-da-da. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Aegis Defenders League, where we are going to game number 3 here between Glaive, Emerald, and GRIN Prism. 1-1 is the score so far, so we got at least 2 more games to be played on tonight. Does look like it is going to be Glaive on the blue side this time around, so swapping back to the sides for game number 1, finding out who is going to be taking this one. Going to be already the first ban on the board. The Jinx, the Volibear, the Camille all staying banned as they were in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Camille is just a really good top laner, especially anyone that can play it. Just ban it. You don't want to deal with it. The fact that, again, Bear did perform pretty decently the first game. It's just the fact that, you know what, let's just not give, again, another champion that's really strong right now to GRIN, potentially, in that case, if they aren't going to just first pick it right away. So I think that's a good job by them.
Yeah, GRIN keeping their bans that they've kept throughout the series so far. The Camille and the Ahri did switch up between the... Or no, they kept the Hecarim as their third so far. Ashe going to make her first appearance of the series as well, as she gets banned away by the side of Glaive. See if GRIN chooses to respond with something other than the Hecarim, or if they just want to make sure that that one is going to be kept off the board for the side of Glaive. Don't want to see Fox on that Trundle, presumably, or on that Hecarim, presumably. The Trundle as well, one that he is favored quite a bit, but hasn't gotten to bust out this series. But no, they're going to ban the Misfortune, so they decide, you know what, we've played it, and we didn't like it that much. We also played against it, and we didn't like it there either, so we're just going to take it off the board.
I think it's still a good pickup. Ooh, Karma first pick. Huh. All right.
Yeah, Scott gonna snag that one for himself. Could be potentially paired up with the Ezreal. That's the duo that we get to see quite a bit in today's meta. GRIN, they are big fans of the Karma themselves for Cathaldus. Not going to have access to it this time around. We'll see what the selection ends up being. They want to grab themselves a high priority jungler. The Hecarim has been banned away twice, is going to be available this time around. Other junglers, the Jarvan was also pretty highly valued. The Trundle worked out well for them in game number 1. They're going to lock themselves this Nautilus. They decide they do want Cathaldus on this engaged support for sure.
Yeah, I think Cathaldus has been doing pretty well with that. He's able to get really good hooks, really good depth charges, especially because it's Nautilus again. So 3 games in a row, we're going to see Nautilus. But I like the fact that it should still work into the Karma here. And like you said, they're going to pick up the jungler here with that Jarvan.
Alright, so a lot of hard engage for GRIN. They decide that they didn't like how difficult it was to get fights started with the Shyvana Braum Gangplank setup. Now, they are definitely going to be able to start off fights wherever they want with this Jarvan Nautilus. Glaive going to have to respond here. You gotta believe they're going to take the Ezreal in these next 2 to pair on up with the Karma. It's just so good in lane. It's always safe. Can't really gank it. There it is. It's going to get locked on in.
Yeah. I think Ezreal is still really good. You get that good poke. You're able to provide a lot more with it instead of a tier item, ADC, which seems to be kind of the meta these days. But we're going to pick up a Shen as well with a Gwen.
Yeah, Shen for Shaden does favor this champion, will give him the ability to support this bottom lane that they've drafted for already with the Ezreal and with the Karma. The hover of the Gwen here for solo lane. He does like himself some Gwen. Would potentially be good up against this Shen, although the autos can be dodged away by Spirit's Refuge. Will be locked on in, though. Feels comfortable snipping his way away up against this Shen and being this huge side lane threat that'll scale later into the game. So now they're going to start to ban away mid laners once again. Syndra going to get taken off the board, going to force Panda onto something he favors a little bit less, although that Ziggs worked out pretty well for him last game.
Ziggs, I mean, was really good. He had that split push power that they kind of needed for Glaive that was kind of lacking in that first game. So that's where I do like that, because even though you can have Syndra just doesn't clear as well as you have the Ziggs, who can, again, get those bombs up a lot easier, has the minefield, has Satchel to get those turrets down. But we are going to see that the Hecarim and the Xayah gets picked up as bans as well. So, like you said, they definitely don't want to see that Hecarim. So I wonder what Glaive's gonna pull out here.
Yeah, Follow Fox gonna have to default back to something else. He does play a lot of Trundle, and the Trundle is still available. Varus now being hovered by GRIN would be an interesting one. The Aphelios getting jumped between as well. Aphelios Nautilus potentially looking to scale on up against this Ezreal will be the lock-on in. Now they're going to save their mid lane counter pick for the very end here. This has been a very good series for Yoon so far. You know, the Ziggs worked out well for Panda last game, but Yoon was huge on the Orianna. And then if we look back to game number 1, Yoon's Victor up against the Syndra was super valuable as well. So they want to, they feel like their mid laner, you know, he's hot right now. They want to give him that counter pick and give him the chance to slam this lane. Nocturne going to be the selection for Follow Fox, and Ziggs Blind going to come through for Panda.
Yeah, I like the Nocturne. Really good engage, can help with the Shen there. The fact that Ziggs is still able to burst down pretty well too. Doesn't have quite the kind of setup like last time, like you talked about with that Cataclysm combo, but is still going to be able to just throw it into these fights here. Hopefully Karma could get someone slowed, or the fact that there might be a fear or a taunt coming out from that Shen or Nocturne. So if that happens, then hopefully that Mega Death Inferno Bomb hits. But we are going to see a LeBlanc be rounded out here for GRIN, and I like that. You have really good mobility now in a mid laner here compared to the Ziggs. Definitely a little more AP this time around too. I mean, well, they got a good balance between Gwen and LeBlanc and Jarvan and Aphelios, so I do like what GRIN's bringing out. Can they just survive the poke that Glaive is trying to pick up here?
Yeah, and I mean, it should be great up against the Ziggs, right? And when Yoon's already having a great series so far tonight, it really makes a lot of sense to put him on this strong counter matchup and let him just bully the Ziggs. You know, Panda has had a smaller champion pool throughout this season. Has played mostly Ahri and Syndra, which are now once again going to be banned away. So I really like this draft strategy of trying to abuse that. You know, he's going to default to the Ziggs after, apparently, as that's what he went for last game, and it's what he's going to blind this game. So the opportunity to punish here for Yoon is huge. Now, this is a champion that he has not picked all season long, and is definitively not in his wheelhouse. You know, for a lot of this entire season, he's been playing mages. In fact, he's played pretty much nothing but mages. I can't find a single assassin game in the match history here in the ADL. Now, granted, he didn't play Orianna all season either, and his Orianna game was pretty good last game. But, you know, Orianna is a mage. She's very similar to these champions that Yoon has gone for. LeBlanc is pretty different. LeBlanc's a little bit more of an assassin playstyle. But if he can execute it well, then I love this draft for GRIN, and I really like the strategy that they've chosen to go for, given how this series has played out so far.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know what? If it works, great. If it doesn't, you know what? No big deal. I look at that. Again, you're still someone that's very mobile. They're going to try and have to pick off LeBlanc this way. You know, they get that mirror image coming out from her, so this way these team fights are able to lock her down maybe that a little bit better. But I still like a lot of what Glaive's bringing. I don't know how well GRIN is going to be able to then provide their kit that they're providing here for their team, which is, again, a lot of that CC, a little bit of AoE, a little bit of let's just try and do as much damage as possible between the Gwen and the Aphelios there. That true damage coming out from Gwen, the LeBlanc also being able to potentially assassinate someone. You do have some squishies, we'll say that. So I think it's still a good pickup. It's just like you said, we haven't seen it all season, so I wonder how it gets played.
Yeah, and I love this drafting style from GRIN Prism here in these best of fives. Now that we're in playoffs, now that you have the opportunity to try to flex your muscles in the draft game a little bit more, I love to see this approach, because this is a draft that you would probably never have expected from GRIN if it were game number 1. You know, if this was our draft taking place in a vacuum, it's probably not what they would have ended up going for. But given the way this series has played out, I love the selections they've gone for. What's been going well this entire game? Well, we've been able to get ahead in mid lane, so now we take this counter pick LeBlanc into the Ziggs, even though it's not really traditionally what we put Yoon on. What were we struggling struggling with in last game when we ended up dropping a game. Well, we couldn't really get hard engaged. We were ahead in gold, but we couldn't get the fight started appropriately. So our first 2 picks, we're going to slam the Nautilus and the Jarvan to make sure we have this really reliable source of engage, and we'll figure out the rest of the draft later on. Really interesting approach here from GRIN. Really great selections that I really support, given the way the series has played out so far, and we'll see if it ends up paying off for them.
I think it can. I think it's just really the fact of can GRIN just layer out everything that they need to. Again, you have to have Aphelios have fighting guns too, because if he doesn't have good guns, I think that's really going to be kind of detrimental to them. But again, you don't have to really play through the Aphelios. You can play through the Gwen. You can play through the LeBlanc. So I think if they can get themselves going, like I said, you have plenty of good squishies here between the Karma, the Ezreal, and the Ziggs. And the Nocturne, if we really want to count that too. So they could assassinate one of them and kind of keep going at it. Maybe they'll be able to punish out Nocturne that little bit there. So every time he's in the jungle, he has to kind of think of like, okay, they already came once. Are they going to come again and, punish me even more? So we'll see what Rin decides to do.
Yeah, and then with the Ziggs run back from Glaive, I think they utilized it really well last game. If Fox can kind of have a repeat performance where he just gets all the neutral objectives, especially those Rift Heralds, I think Rift Herald goes up in priority a whole bunch when you have Ziggs on your team, because you can just throw it down, get 2 plates off, Ziggs can burst out 2 plates with the satchel charge as well, and you can pretty much guarantee yourself first turret, especially in lanes where you can get kind of push priority, like he very well might be able to up against this LeBlanc. So I's going to be on Fox for how he's going to be navigating it. He's probably not going to be the stronger early game jungler facing off up against this Jarvan this time, so the tables are turned a little bit in that matchup. But if he can get those Rift Heralds the way he did in game number 2, I think that's a great recipe for them to be able to play for. And then they have this power pick bottom lane, the Ezreal Karma, always super safe, always going to scale through and be valuable later on. And going to try to set up to, dive onto this Aphelios with your Nocturne, with the Shen combo as well, to bring these guys into your back line no matter what the circumstances are, and dive onto this Aphelios. It's a good, clear setup from Glaive as well. Excited to see if they're going to be able to execute it. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we get loaded on to the Rift for game number 3, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more of Glaive Emerald taking on GRIN Prism. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Aegis Defenders League quarterfinals between Glaive Emerald and GRIN Prism. It's going to be GRIN back on the red side here as they won on in game number 1. Glaive back on the blue here. Going to be taking a much different look than they showed in game number 1, though, with Panda now back on this Ziggs that they were so powerful on in game number 2. This Nocturne Shen combo going to be looking to dive on in. Yoon, though, on his first assassin game of the season, see how he's able to perform up against Panda's Ziggs.
Yeah, I am really excited to see that too, just because of the fact that, yeah, people have been playing mages, but the fact that assassins, and someone like literally mentioned it to me today too. They're like, why haven't we seen more assassins like the Zed or the Talon or a bunch of others that seems like they've been now gravitated more towards the jungle and only kind of solely the jungle. So it's kind of good to still see an assassin, even though it's not a ED one.
Yeah, for sure here. And it's gonna be interesting to watch Uni play this one on out. He has been so good in lane throughout this series for sure. Has really been tough to respond to from Panda. Thaldus going for the early hook there, not going to end up landing it. And then wistfully looking to play on out this bot lane, presumably trying to get themselves a CS lead. They do know they're up against this Ezreal Karma. It is one of those super favorite duos because of how safe it is. See how safely they can play up against Cathaldus' Nautilus.
I think they can. I think it's just really the matchup of, can you make sure you're putting yourself in good position? Because like you have to realize, yeah, there's the ward there that they'll still have. You know, you can hook if he really wants to, but Scott can just get out quickly, I'd say, if he needs to. But level 2 is going to go over first to Wistfully and Cathaldus.
Yeah, as expected, they get a little bit more damage onto the wave earlier on. Shaden going to go aggressively in this top lane, gets dodged away from by solo lane, though, who is snipping his way on across, gets some more snips on across, gets more stacks on the Conqueror, has a huge trade up against Shaden in the top lane. This is why he selected this Gwen here. Going to be feeling pretty good about the early laning phase, and it's only uphill from here, Gigatron. The Gwen scales so powerfully in this matchup.
Yeah, the Gwen, definitely. I mean, you have to look at, like, Gwen, like, you saw those trades did, those 4 snips just did so much there. You see the hyper active phase shift there, but he doesn't really need to do that there for... we failed our job again. Didn't ask his name. I want to pronounce, but regardless. I'm done.
It's alright, it happens. Is Rondon, baby, getting chased on down very low here, has been standing on a ward in that tri-brush the entire time, so Fox able to come on down and respond. Going to force the flash out of that Jarvan, but otherwise not going to be able to close on out the kill. Solo lane, though, kind of slamming in this top lane.
Kind of like we talked about, it's a little expected, just because of the fact that, again, you can't really avoid true damage. So I'm not too worried necessarily about that. I think Shaden was like, you know what, let me take this so this way I'm good for team fights. And again, does have that TP, so really is going to help him out there. But, ooh, Yoon.
Ooh, Yoon getting knocked back on in there by the satchel charge. Probably going to have to expend the flash, but doesn't even want to do so. First blood goes to Fox in the mid lane. Panda almost getting traded back against Rondon, baby. Would want to be able to finish this one on off. Going to at least force the flash out of Panda. Won't be able to chase any farther as his flash is still down from the earlier play. Yoon teleporting back to mid lane, opting for that summoner instead of the ignite, ends up paying off big time for him here as he ended up going down.
Yeah, I mean, it unfortunately is something that he is going to have to go down, but I hate having to burn a TP early too, just to get back to the lane, get that wave, and the fact that you really didn't get anything back in return. You get the flash off of Panda, but how often are we going to see that Rondon's to be able to gank this lane here? Because it doesn't mean that Panda isn't going to play safe, but it looks like Panda's trying to posture on the Rondon.
Yeah, solo lane jumps over the wall. Rondon is here as well. Shaden gonna go on down here. Fox shows on up with Panda at his back, but here comes Yoon as well. This is still gonna be a 3 versus 2. Yoon lands the chains. Panda separates himself very nicely with the satchel charge to get himself out of dodge. will be able to stay alive, but that's a nice kill picked up for GRIN Prism on the top side, giving it right over to solo lane on the Gwen, who's just going to continue to get stronger and stronger.
Yeah, I don't know if you're watching me while I was watching this, but yeah, I kind of sank of a chair there because it's like, oh no, like we already know, like he's already moved and postured over here to be in that brush, hopefully get over the wall and just do so much damage to take out Shaden. But yeah, this it's really just bad for them just because of the fact that now, like you said, that spike's starting to happen there for solo lane. Hopefully you get more of the CS, get that lead going again. And yeah, I mean, you have to look at the game. It's still very even, slight lead still over to Glaive. But I like everything that GRIN is still doing this game.
Yeah, I do as well. I like what their setup is so far. You not able to get that kill early on, but that's a big hook coming through onto the Ezreal. Wistfully going to be able to pick up that kill in the 2 versus 2, and right as Fox is showing up as well. So now here comes Rondon Baby to try to turn it back on around. Fox going to come on in here. That is going to be the knockup, not blocked. Cathaldis' dredge line ends up being what gets blocked by the spell shield there. I think he would have preferred it the other way around, but nonetheless, good syncing of those abilities to force the flash out of Fox.
Yeah, I mean, ooh. You would still try to do some trades too, but yeah. Unfortunately, Fox, yeah, you gotta flash, get out of there, and now this Drake is gonna go over to Rodon. No problem. Or Rondon, no problem. So, yeah, just really good rotation, I think, by them for able to bring up your bot side while you notice that Karma is back and can't do anything, and the fact that yeah, Ezreal's just that slight behind too, so just got his tier, so he's trying to stack it up, but yeah, it's just really bad for Glaive right now. But doesn't mean that they can't come back. They just gotta play out that a little bit longer, get that scaling going, get those 2 early items onto Ezreal. You'll get that poke going a little bit further. Hopefully, maybe you can take out Soul Lane, maybe in those team fights. But again, that missed. A really strong ability that I hate. I think a little too much.
That's a good description there. A lot of anytime you're talking about one of these champs, that's a really strong ability that I hate.
It's just so good. Like
it's Tryndamere and that's the entire Tryndamere kit. It's all 4 abilities. Solo lane having a good time here in this top lane. Shaden pushing him on in, but that's the solo lane just gonna be able to sneak on in, grab all of the CS, getting stronger and stronger. Has the blasting wand already completed. Kind of just waiting on the big power spike of that Rift Maker. Once it gets at that point, it's going to be very tough, and he's just freezing it here. He knows that Shaden can't come trade into him, and he's willing to tank some minions for a couple minutes to be able to do it. Going to make this even tougher, even less safe as Rondon Baby is approaching to make the gank happen. Shaden going to have to dash on away, doesn't have to expend the flash. Yoon continues to trade effectively with Panda in the mid lane.
So I think this is where, hey, we're seeing that some promise here. We want to just see if he could do potentially even more so once he gets more of that items getting locked down for himself. Does have that Dark Seal early too, so hoping that he can get some kills onto him, but I don't know how much he can.
Pushing on the back. Aiden trying to grab up whatever CS he can. Now, he does have access to that Stand United, so I'm really going to be keeping an eye on him and Fox and what they're able to do as a duo. As Fox is moving towards the mid lane, going to have that ultimate here pretty soon. Yoon takes a turret shot, gets hit by the Dustbringer, is getting chased on down. Going to have to expend this flash here. Does dash on over the wall, still gets feared. There is going to be that ultimate, but he blinks on back, taking the one-on-one up against Panda. Doesn't end up coming through successfully. Now the lockdown on a Rondon Baby. Shaden going to be able to pick up that kill, coming on in off of the back of the Stand United, and that is a 2-for-0 play in the mid lane for the side of Glaive Emerald. They get themselves back in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, Glaive Emerald, you know what? This is where you really are showing a little bit of a difference. Again, still in this game because of the fact that game 1 was completely just, I didn't feel like a blowout, but just there was a lack of what we were kind of expecting with the team, what it was providing, and now this time around, we were wondering, is matchups necessarily going to be the best for them here in a lot of these lanes? And you know what? It looks like, hey, they're still able to poke very well. Look at this. He's just able to get those Mystic shots out onto both Wistfully and Cathaldus there. So, kind of trying to put that pressure onto them.
Yeah, for sure. And solo lane now having a little bit of a rougher time in the top lane. The red buff's been given on over to Shaden. He's got a kill and an assist too. Getting a little bit more gold, a little bit more XP. He is, of course, still favored in this one-on-one on the Gwen, but it's going to be a little bit longer now until it really gets very difficult to deal with. The Leeching Leer is completed to get a little bit more of sustain. Does have himself about a 15 CS lead. Wants to interrupt this recall. Not going to find it in time, though. Shaden will sneak on out to safety. Fox is in the area, hovering around top lane, but without somebody to gank for. Gotta believe he doesn't really want to go in for it yet. Panda gonna take about half his health and a chunk from Yoon.
Yeah, a big chunk from Yoon. I mean, you really have to look at that. He is excelling very well with this, but realizing that the break's coming up here in less than 40 seconds now. So really, they need to kind of get this positioning going for themselves here for Fox and team. But if they don't do that, again, then you're going to commit something over to Rondon, and Rondon's looking maybe to come in.
Yeah, Yoon going aggressively once again there. Doesn't manage to land the chain, so isn't going to get the detonate on the Q. Ends up trading pretty evenly health-wise. Still going to be picking himself up a big wave. Going down in CS up against Panda, so Panda has navigated this lane super effectively so far. Getting 2 kills up against Yoon. Just been punished for over-aggression here a couple of times and hasn't been able to make the LeBlanc counterpick work out as well as they had hoped. So now the next dragon on the board here. Fox already in the area. Rondon is there as well. He's going to be forced to flag and drag away. Will be safe for now, but has no ability to contest this dragon as his bottom lane is just getting back to base.
Yeah, and that's where this is really nice, but solo lane.
Solo lane popping on out. The needlework chasing Shaden on down. Maybe wants to go in for this dive. Snip comes on through. Doesn't quite chunk him out low enough. He's sitting at 300, 400 HP. And that's going to be more than solo lane is willing to dive for. Yoon teleporting into mid lane here to try to defend. That's going to be the Rift Herald thrown on down. We talked about this combo. This mid turret's already dead, Gigatron. They're going to be able to finish it off with the Satchel Charge execute and claim themselves first turret gold, as that's going to be the dive coming through in the bottom lane, but a good flash away from Wistfully. Going to turn it into a 1-for-1. So now Cathaldus is locking down onto iScott into the supportal combat. Breaks on out. iScott trying to escape, but continuously being rooted up by Cathaldus. He's going to go on in. He lands the dredge line off the flash, but the shields might just be a little bit too heavy as Shaden comes on in there with the help of the Stand United and picks up that kill up against Cathaldus.
I think Glaive did a really good job here. You're taking out ADC for ADC. You took mid lane, no problem there, between both the Rift Herald and the Satchel Charge like you talked about, and the fact that, hey, you know what, Shaden would realize, hey, let's save my let's save my support here. Even though I enjoy supportal combat, and just make sure that, you know, let's get that easy kill here for me. Try to get, you know, this power spike going that a little bit more. He's got to try to win lane a little bit more. You know, this is his way, I feel like, of doing that, is like, hey, you know what? Now you got kill, 2 assists, only down about 12 CS. Actually, sorry, 22 CS. So, yeah, not as much as he'd probably like to be, but should be able to still provide a lot for the team. Ooh.
Sure, that's a nice hook landed by Cathaldus, but will get buffered by the Ezreal. He will be able to arcane shift his way on out of there. Yoon and Rondon, baby, are arriving, but they are going to be spotted on out. And it means it is time for this bot lane to abandon their turret, abandon ship, give over whatever turret HP you have to Wistfully, and Mega Inferno Bomb to clear out the wave means they aren't even going to lose their turret for this. Now grouping back on up, fires off the Arcane Barrage. It's a little bit of additional damage. It's now Rondon, baby, going in onto Panda here. The chain has been landed, and that is going to be a kill picked up onto the Ziggs as Yoon getting the clone chased on away. Fox chooses the wrong target and will not end up claiming himself a real kill. Just gets the 25 gold from the clone.
Yeah, I think it's always tricky to figure out what's going to be that, but solo lane.
Solo lane in the one-on-one up against Shaden here does have that Rift Maker. That is going to be the flash taunt from Shaden, and Shaden gets the solo kill up against the Gwen in the top lane.
yeah, just great use of kind of knowing your numbers of where you're at, having it flash up, knowing that, you know what, I could kill her with the follow-up of this flash taunt, and just be able to do so much. Ooh.
All this going on in there with the Dredge Line. Scott getting focused on down now. Red and white. Pretty powerful fighting duo there from Wistfully. He's very strong on this Aphelios. He's got himself a solid CS lead. He's got himself 2 kills. He forces back Scott. Is going to try to move in onto this turret for the second time. Teleport on in from solo lane into the top lane, but Panda is here to try to force him on back. He feels strong here with the Riftmaker, can immune those mines for all day long if he wants to. He can just clear on out the wave.
Yeah, that's the only thing there. I'll make either all my abilities and nothing happens. So, but again, now the mist is down, does have a higher cooldown, so if fights do happen, I know it should hopefully go more in the Shaden's favor eventually, but yeah, I'm just really excited to see more of what, I looked up his name, it's Khan, but that's not what his name is in game for Ezreal here, but hopefully Khan can...
I'm all on board for Khan, as I don't know how to pronounce this. I really don't. It looks like a CAPTCHA. I can't...
It does look like a CAPTCHA. We're gonna call it CAPTCHA in this one. We do see Rift Herald is going to be...
Alright, solo lane getting engaged on here, following up on the Follow Fox. Wistfully is there, and they got plenty of damage here. The Stand United gonna keep Follow Fox alive, but Yoon dives on in with a double dash and is able to finish off that kill for the team. 1-4-0, and this Rift Herald going on over to the side of GRIN Prism.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they needed. They really needed to pick out Follow Fox, so then this way he doesn't try to steal away the Rift Herald there from Rondon, but Rondon able just to still secure that. Now maybe they throw it towards the spot side or mid here, as they are going to be doing the Drake here shortly, so hopefully they can just kind of get some stuff going. Ooh, all this. Oh, don't TP!
Alright, lockdown coming on through here. There's going to be Rondon diving on in, going to get onto Scott. That's going to be Scott falling on down first and foremost. Shaden going to be the next target. Dredgeline doesn't manage to land, but it does get Cathaldus a little bit farther up, maybe than he wants to be. Lots of damage return coming through onto Khan. Khan going to flash forward, trying to keep it on top of Cathaldus, trying to finish off any kills he can get here. Wistfully's incredibly low as well. Wistfully going to choose to sacrifice his life as he kites back on in, and that's going to pay off big time for GRIN Prism. They get themselves 3 more kills as Follow Fox dives on in, trying to finish off onto Yoon, but as long as Rondon Baby can keep him locked on down, that's going to be the full ace coming on through for GRIN Prism.
Yeah, great job by GRIN Prism there. I mean, you have to look at that. Again, Yoon is doing really well with the assassin here. As much as, like you said, we haven't really seen them play an assassin, it's still working out very well for themselves.
Scott, the only one alive, was the first one to die in the fight. Now standing around this dragon, looking to maybe get a miracle steal with the mantra Q or something like that. Rondon Baby going to pull on out the dragon to make sure it's a little bit tougher to do just that. They do know that Scott's there. Yoon doesn't have the ultimate, used it to clear away the wave, so not going to really be able to chase that Karma on down, but this is going to be second dragon over into the pockets of GRIN Prism.
Yep, second dragon. Now, it is a Mountain Drake that is going to be the soul for this time around, so I like that because they have really good tanks. I feel like on both sides, you have the Nautilus and the Jarvan there, you have the Shen coming out there for Glaive, so I think I'd still like to see it more on GRIN. But again, anyone's game to see how that Dragon Soul goes. But Yoon clearing out some wards, wistfully securing this red buff here. They have necessarily best fighting guns, but maybe Gravitum can, lock someone down, and everyone else can kind of clean up.
Yeah, very, very much a possibility that is on the table here. They're going to start to move on up towards this top side. Cathaldus sees Shaden. Going to back on away from one another. Yoon. Now on side lane duty, facing off against Panda here, is down in CS, but has gotten enough gold, has a fully stacked up Dark Seal, and is getting stronger and stronger. Going to look to finish on off that Shadow Flame here pretty soon. Maybe get a little bit of additional burst damage in the tank. try to finish on off these squishy targets in just one rotation.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you can do it, great. But here's the other thing that I would have liked, maybe, that would have paired up well with Yoon. Having an Nocturne be on their side, because then it's 2 assassins that could just go in and follow up each other very well.
Right, for sure, solo lane getting engaged on by Shaden here. Trying to trade on back, doesn't end up doing so super favorably. He's having his healing cut there by that Bramble Vest that Shaden has picked on up. And now here's going to be the ultimate from Fox. They just destroy solo lane there in the top side. Get themselves a free kill for nothing, but now trying to make a play on to Panda Ziggs. Flag and drag comes on through from Rondon Baby. He's going in there for the cutoff. He's going to likely be able to at least force this flash out of Panda, who's just trying to kite it on out there. Flashes away from the flag and drag, but now here comes the Cataclysm, and Panda is going on down. Stand United comes on through from Shaden, though, focusing on Rondon Baby, going to flash on in, and now Yoon is too low to really be able to keep the fight going. Going to be able to land the snare, but the dash forward is enough. Shut down, goes over to Shaden. He is popping off on the Shen now. Making plenty of plays happen across the map here as Wistfully and Catalda's kiting away, but Fox steps a little bit too far up and takes a lot of damage from the Calibrum. Now there's going to be the death charge thrown on down onto Wistfully as Wistfully trying to just carry on through this fight. Khan forced on back. Now here comes Shaden joining from the bottom lane. Such a powerful carry force here. Wistfully facing off against him in the 1 versus 1, but he does not win it. Shaden gets that kill, but finally is going to fall on down, giving that shutdown over to the Aphelios. Dive on in from Fox. His ulti is back on up from the play in the top lane, and he uses it to finish on off Cathaldas. 14-12 is the score line, and it's now Glaive Emerald back in the driver's seat.
We're not done yet.
Oh, we are not. Yoon diving into the backline, gets onto iScott, gets onto Fox as well, says, hey, I need to get my Dark Seal stacks, baby. I'm getting them right back after they were taken on off, and now Rondon Baby being chased on down. Is going to be Khan finishing on off that kill. Yoon still wants more, sees how low Khan is, and will claim more. Big shutdown going on over to Yoon's LeBlanc.
Yeah, Yoon, I mean, you know what? It's definitely popping off here. I like this. You have 10 stacks already now on that Dark Seal. Been sitting there for a while too, and now you get the Magi pickup going for himself there. I like this just because of the fact that, one, really shows that you know the craft of the character. Two, you're just getting these kills going for yourself too. I mean, look at it. Now he's 8-3-3. Last I think we looked, he was like 4-3-3. So yeah, I think he's doing very well at this point right now. So yeah, I actually want to see more assassins out of him now.
Yeah, fantastic game here from Yoon so far. It had a rough start at the 0-2, but has turned it around since then. Has cleaned up some nice fights, and now is very powerful, has a huge amount of gold, and can really be that backline threat that he needs to be. He's finding iScott here, gets the full combo on a cross, goes on a rampage. And that's going to be an easy pickup to turn the map into a 5 versus 4 in favor of GRIN Prism. 20 seconds to go before that dragon spawns. Fox throws down the spell shield to prevent himself from getting snared on up. That's going to be Khan getting chunked on out by Yoon. Great plays so far for GRIN Prism on the fight to take control of this mid lane and over this dragon pit.
I mean, this is... Ooh,
Yoon diving forward. Doesn't get too much done that time. Instead, just kind of takes out a lot of damage from that Mystic Shot plus the auto attack. Now, True Shot Barrage is down. No risk of this getting stolen away, other than by the Mega Inferno Bomb, which is now down as well. And Rondon Baby will be able to get his team onto Soul Point.
Yeah, you know what? He is on that Soul Point now, which Rondon doing very well with. So I look at now they should be going towards this Baron, seeing what they can pick out here. Maybe they can get on the Khan and get something going here, but I don't know. I mean, he is a slippery, nimble person, being that Ezreal get that phase shift going, but especially the shields too. I forget about that, like with Scott, that he could just boost everyone up too. So yeah, I really hope that they can get something going before they potentially do this Trouble Worm here.
Yeah, Baron going to be in the eyes of both teams, but not quite in the position to be able to start it on up yet. Magi's is completed for Yoon at 14 stacks, so getting even more mileage out of the stacks he's already picked up for himself, getting the additional movement speed as well, and getting the capacity to hold even more. can keep finding these one-shots onto people like Scott, it is just going to pay off dividends for him as he finishes off the Blighting Jewel as well, recognizing that at some point somebody's going to need to finish on off this Shen, and it's being pretty tough to do for Wistfully thus far.
Yeah, Shen is just doing very well right now, Shaden. Especially going into a lot of these fights, especially if he gets on the Wistfully, it's really hard for him. But this is where I think maybe Yoon being up here on the top side maybe could burst down Shaden. We'll have to see because Yoon really isn't trying to do auto attacks, so that Spear's Refuge isn't going to help too much.
Yeah, the Demonic Embrace, an interesting tech choice here for Shaden. Getting a little bit of AP, getting a little bit of burn damage, getting magic damage, or getting AP for health as well, because that now does. As Yoon finding his way onto Scott, got to force that flash out of the Karma. Ping is coming on through. Yoon didn't even expend the ultimate there, so great job trading W for flash. That's really the outcome you're always hoping for on the LeBlanc. As Shaden going to find himself face-to-face with Rondon. They're going to back on away.
Yeah, you know what? You see what a jungler is, get vision, and get out. Oh!
Yoon finds his way onto the Ezreal, expends the ultimate that time, gets himself 4 more pages in the book, and takes Khan off the map. This is going to be a Baron startup for GRIN Prism, and this is going to be them busting this game wide open. Shaden stepping forward to try to find an opportunity to prevent the Baron, but takes a fair bit of damage there. There's going to be a hook coming on through here on to Panda. Panda just gets destroyed through the Stand United shield, by the way. Shaden did expend that one. Meanwhile, solo lane, this is 5v4, by the way. Solo lane spending some time up here in the bottom lane, crushing through the inner turrets.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I do, like, a lot of this coming out now from GRIN here. GRIN just doing so much. I mean, you're able to still pick off a lot here with Yoon, and even though that Sharp Barrage went out, unfortunately it's not going to see anything other than just where that Baron is at. And yeah, Baron goes over to GRIN, which is great. So good job by them. Hopefully they can get these recalls off, push out the lanes, and could siege down maybe this mid lane.
Shout out to Virtue Gaming Live coming on in with the raid there. Welcome to tonight's quarterfinals matchup. We are 1-1 in the scoreline so far. Close game number 3 so far, but GRIN Prism looks to be definitively in the lead now. They are 1 dragon away from securing themselves the Soul. They appear to have the LeBlanc team fighting power to be able to do it. Yoon been popping off this game.
Definitely has. I mean, look at those stacks. Now you're at 18. 18 for himself there. He's got so much ability power. I mean, if we look at it, he is at, oh my gosh, 429. So, yeah, he's just going to be popping people very easily.
For sure here. 30 seconds to go on the Dragon. Mid-priority being fought over the Baron buff. Doing plenty of work here for the side of GRIN Prism. Solo lane in the solo lane. Hanging out up here, clearing away these waves, gets himself tons of CS. He's scaling up to be so powerful in this game, has the teleport to be able to rejoin the fight if it is necessary.
Yeah, you know, I don't know how much I liked your solo lane joke.
Wasn't a joke, it was just a statement of fact. It turns out his name is also the location he currently is. Solo lane going aggressively here, up against Shaden, gets tons of damage in there from the snip, goes into the stasis. A little bit of style points, a little bit of safety. Shaden now very low, probably has to recall before he can rejoin this fight, and the dragon has already spawned. Panda gets chunked incredibly low, is going to be forced to flash away, and is now at just a sliver of HP. Wistfully has been soloing this dragon the whole time. Mountain Soul going over to GRIN Prism.
Yeah, Mountain Soul now, again, we're seeing a lot of what we saw in game 1 where, hey, you know what, they let one Drake go and they get the rest. And now they're up at a little bit over 2k right now. They're going to get this mid turret down. Hopefully they can siege a little bit more here too with this Baron. Try to get some more turrets, but looks like they're just going to try and push out potentially the spot side here.
Yeah, the Mountain Soul so big here up against something like the Ezreal Ziggs as well. Like, these poke setup from the carries is just so much less effective when you have so much more additional HP, and the dive from the Nocturne works out much worse as well, because you can't really one-shot people, but yeah, Yoon certainly can. Yoon going to be able to catch up there onto Scott as the dive forward from Fox pulls him way farther out than he might have expected. Rondon Baby going to throw on down the Cataclysm, trying to get this fight started. Wistfully going to be able to go on a killing spree as he finishes off the first one. Cathaldis flashing in 1 versus 4 to finish off that kill onto Scott, and it pays off for the side of GRIN Prism. They get themselves a couple in the board, but that is going to be Wistfully in solo lane, falling on down as well. Now it's all up to what Yoon can get done here in the one-on-one up against Khan. Dives forward, gets the execute down, dominating on the LeBlanc, nearly at 25 pages in that Magi's Soul Stealer. Close fight there, but does end up favoring GRIN Prism at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, he was going back and forth, that nice little roller coaster I love seeing, and the fact that, you know what, as much as that aggression coming out there from Fox is good, it's just you can't lock down Yoon, because Yoon is still a very nimble champion there with that LeBlanc. It's still able to still provide a lot of damage too. As we saw there, able to burst out Khan, and I'm just like, man, this is just something that, as much as I'd like to see Glaive be doing a little bit more right now, unfortunately, I just don't feel like they can, just with how many pages he's got. Look at that.
No, Fox getting hit by the chain there, does block on out on the Sigil of Malice. Guarantee that he's not going to get chunked out too low. Does have to respect Yoon and all the damage he brings to the table, especially with that Void Staff completed as well. Now, all the objectives down on the map. Big lead garnered here for the side of GRIN Prism, 3k, and with the Dragon Soul as well. They've busted on out through that inhibitor turret in the mid lane. They're now going to reset, spend their money, and regroup for another push.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to regroup for another push here. I think that, you know what, maybe they can get maybe this top side going. You do have a flank potential here going on to Ziggs.
Looking to maybe set on up here. That is the dash forward. I can see on the mini-map from you. Not quite able to finish it on off, and now he's going to have to back away. Going to be the dash away from solo lane as well, keeping himself safe, regrouping with the rest of the team. Rondon Baby, rather, trying to make their way on in. Trying to maybe find a little Cataclysm angle. So far has not presented itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy here. That, I mean, you had a good flank going for themselves, and then it just doesn't work out, and then now they kind of have to go back to the drawing board of like, all right, well, how can we get this lane going more for themselves? And now they're kind of goon squatting in the bush here, but they're rotating out a little bit, trying to get some wards. Fox spots out.
Getting ready to set on up. They're going to move on forward, going to try and get themselves an engage, going to try to fight for this Baron. 10 seconds to go, potentially. They're going to move on forward. River control is fully in the side of GRIN Prism. Rondon Baby hovering on the flank. So far, just letting it spawn on up, letting themselves fight for mid control. They know they don't have to pull the target too easily. That's going to be Fox diving on forward, but just finds himself engaged on by Rondon Baby, and that was just a little bit too far up, my man. Gonna end up going on down there. A big Mega Inferno Bomb chunks him out pretty low, but so far it's 5 versus 4 on the map for the side of GRIN Prism. But Rondon Baby, he likes the look of that engage from the Nocturne. He's going to try to mimic it for himself. Khan going to be able to take out that shutdown. And now solo lane, 1 versus 4, a little bit too deep in. Doesn't have Yoon for the backup, doesn't have Wistfully, doesn't have Cathaldis. Going to have to fall away and regroup.
Yeah, I mean, this is where, unfortunately, both junglers are kind of down here. But again, I mean, you already have that Mountain Soul going very well for themselves. You have about a minute and 10 seconds before this Elder Drake comes up here, so hopefully that Elder Drake goes potentially over to GRIN here. GRIN then can be able to hopefully push out these lanes that a little bit better as they try to take more of those poke / team fight advantages for themselves. But you know what, maybe they just go and just trade Elder for Baron. I don't know. We'll have to see how Fox and team. What?
We'll indeed have to see. Elder Dragon spawning about 40 seconds here. Yoon already on this side of the map. Looks like the members of GRIN Prism are on the move there as well. Everybody but solo lane, who is right back on up in the top side. going to be looking to make this move to control this bottom river to potentially get themselves an Elder Dragon. This was where they ended up bursting open the game back in game number 1. This one similarly was a big lead for GRIN Prism that they just couldn't quite close on out until they got the fight around the Elder. They're going to hope to mimic that this time around. This game edging towards 40 minutes, getting longer and longer, much like that game number 1 did. Solo lane successfully splitting, though, getting themselves at mid, or top inner turret, rather. So now the Elder Drake going to get started on up here by Glaive Emerald. It's going to be the dive over the wall from you. Not going to get too much damage on out. It is going to have to blink back away. Flash shot in now from Cathaldus. Scott going to be going on down right away, as that's going to be the Dragon smited on down. Actually goes down to Shaden here. So this is Elder Dragon for the side of Glaive Emerald. Wistfully has so many chakrams, but can't get his way on into fight. Rondon Baby has fallen on down as well. This is not the fight that they were hoping for the side of GRIN Prism. It's a 1-for-1, an Elder Dragon going over to the side of Glaive. Oh, but the nice engage here onto Shaden. They're trying to take him on out, but he gets a little bit of additional safety from the Spirit's Refuge. Cathaldus going to finish off the kill.
Yeah, I mean, this is just crazy here. One, to shoot the Elder Drake onto Glaive, with the fact that, yeah, they're still able to secure out and get those kills on the people that they need to, is really good for GRIN here. I'm hoping that, you know, maybe again, they might have that 38-minute curse mark, it feels like, for them to win games. I mean, this seems very similar to game 1. We're real close to having the game end, but, yeah, it's just taking a little longer than I think they would like to have themselves go.
Yeah, and you know, this was a risk in game 1 as well, that, you know, maybe somebody like Shaden ends up sneaking on through there and grabbing the Elder Dragon. You know, you make the game a lot fairer to the other team, you know, despite your advantage when you fight over mano-a-mano over the Elder Dragon like that, instead of pressing your advantage elsewhere and trying to really close it out sooner. Now, going to have to deal with this Elder Dragon up Glaive Emerald for a little bit longer. In GRIN Prism, you know, now not entirely in control over the game. Yes, they do still have that Dragon Soul buff, but so far they haven't really been able to utilize it to win on out. And now going to have to fight over the Baron as well. Elder buff still active in a couple of members. They're going to try to take this fight anyway. It looks like Rondon Baby looking to flip the Baron, hovering over the wall. There's going to be Yoon onto the backside. Gets some nice damage there off the ultimate. They're focusing down onto Khan. That's going to be a nice Moonlight Vigil. Landed there, but not going to be able to follow up with the Calibrum Snipes as long as the Nocturne ultimate is active. Cathaldus getting focused on down. He's separated off from the rest of the team. He's going to get taken on down by Khan's damage. 5 versus 4 now. Panda pretty low. Going to start to munch some fruit to get himself back up into full HP. Yoon dives on in, though. Goes legendary as he one-shots onto Fox. All the hopes of GRIN Prism sitting on this LeBlanc, and they execute beautifully. Wistfully is incredibly strong as well. Yoon continuing to keep the pressure on. They've got the inside track here onto this mid lane inhibitor, and they want to bust it on open. Wistfully advances forward, trying to take out Khan. Doesn't get the crits, though, and can't quite take him the rest of the way down. Now it's going to be a big Mega Inferno bomb, but here comes Solo Lane running himself into the middle of 4 members, but he's just too far up. I don't know if he can do it, but he goes into the stasis, and the needlework does so much work. Gets themselves 1 kill, but they can't take on out onto Khan or Panda, but both are left incredibly low. Channeling recalls, mid inhibitor falls on down, but that's all the side of GRIN Prism are going to be able to get.
Yeah, I'm glad they're kind of playing through Yoon because of the fact that, yeah, I mean, he's just so far ahead. I mean, again, just performing very well in this assassin here. I do like that, yes, they did stop that Baron. You know, they try getting a little bit more with it too, but the fact that, yeah, you're kind of committing Cathaldus so that way you can get more is still really good for themselves there. I do like that, yeah, we do see more Wistfully do a lot more damage right now. Kind of has, you know, that 4 items, you know, working out very well for him. That Gale Force did so much too. I mean, we were watching it, and I'm like, oh my. Not only is Yoon being really destructive, we have Wistfully being there too. So, as much as I would have liked Solo Lane maybe to get those 1 to 2 kills there, just didn't go quite, you know, the way that he was hoping. But we do see that Drake will be up in 2 minutes. Baron's still up. Who do you think's gonna get the Baron here if they're gonna go for it?
I mean, it should be GRIN Prism. They are so strong in these fights. You know, they've got this massive LeBlanc. They've got the Dragon Soul as well, which should be making a big difference for them, but they just haven't been able to execute on these fights. They haven't been able to set up good fight lines for Wistfully. Solo lane, Cathaldis, Rondon baby, they keep finding themselves caught on out, severely outnumbered, severely separated out from the rest of their team, and it stops them from being able to win these fights in a convincing manner to really be able to close on out the game. They would like to be able to grab this Baron, but to feel safe about doing it, they would have to win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have to win the fight. The problem is unfortunately, these fights have been going more towards Glaive right now instead of GRIN, so maybe it can work out well for themselves. But again, you have to look at Yoon. Yoon's been just picking off people like that right there. Look at Panda.
Yeah, it's a bunch of damage onto Panda. It is going to be Khan chasing him on off, though. Chunks him pretty low there with that True Shot Barrage. Going to force Yoon to go in for the recall. Does have access to the teleport. Panda does as well. Both mid laners going to recall. Both mid laners going to re-enter the map.
Yeah, I look at you do the TP coming out here from Panda, but yeah, looks like they're gonna rotate towards this dragon, maybe then go for the Baron afterwards just to lock the game down. But
Solo lane steps up a little bit far. Is just going to skip and slash away. Shaden now potentially going to get caught on out. Wistfully looking for the engage there. Has the Severum, has the Infernum. Wants to be able to take this fight. Yoon getting out a little bit of additional damage there. Poking on to the members of Glaive. They do have this big Mountain Drake shield. They also have the Bloodthirster shield there onto Wistfully. He is so strong as the hook lands there onto Khan, and that's the moment they were looking for. That's going to be Moonlight Vigil blowing up two members instantly. Khan and Shaden taken off the map. Solo lane gets in there onto Scott. 3 members down from Glaive Emerald, and in 42 minutes, GRIN Prism are going to take themselves to match point and close on out the Nexus. All it took was the one single pick, but they find it.
yeah, and it's just a pick that they needed. You were able to get 2 with it. Again, just layering out all their damage between both Yoon and Wistfully there. So great job by GRIN, to just secure everything out that they wanted, and a little longer this time around, but you know what? The fact is, again, it's now a 2-1 lead. Again, they had a really good goal lead here again, too, and GRIN, you know, I'm excited to see what you guys pull out for this game 4.
Ooh, another really long one coming on through there, Gigatron, and it ends just in an instant. A great pick there on to the top and bot laners from Glaive. Just ends the game in favor of GRIN. They take the series up to 2-1 and are now on match point. One more win will send them to the semifinals here. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we get into draft for game number 4, but we are going to be right back. Find out who is going to be able to take the rest of this series.
Everybody, panic! Hold on. I'm about to say something really cool. 3, 41, 9, and lift off! No one dies screaming without me. I feel like I forgot to shoot something. You're starting to bore me. She's such a loser, always ready to cry. Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the Aegis Defenders League quarterfinals. Taking a real quick break there as we are getting right into draft. GRIN Prism back on the blue side here. Glaive back on the red. And GRIN just needing one game here to be able to close on out this series. Talked up their draft a lot in game number 3. Ended up paying off for them. See if they're able to close it out here.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know what? You have pretty much similar bans again, only this time around you have a Karma ban instead of letting GRIN get it again. So, yeah, or letting Glaive go for it again. So, Yeah, you know what? I think that's still smart on their part. Again, they're still really going to try and pitch out that pool there for um, Panda, and yeah, I'm waiting to see what this third band's going to be from GRIN.
Yeah, it was the Hecarim previously, and has been the Hecarim for a lot of the game. That's a missed ban. I will take a peek over here. It is Misfortune. Misfortune is the ban.
Okay.
So we will keep that in mind going forward. I will type that in Twitch chat. And we're going to continue on throughout the draft. The Jinx being hovered, this would be a very close to a run back of the Game 2 draft, although the Misfortune ban replacing the Hecarim.
Yeah, you know what? I think that's still fine. I mean, Hecarim could still be up. Looks like they're going to pick this Jinx as the ban here. Is it time down? Took a little too long, but GRIN right off the bat picking that Nautilus.
100% win rate Nautilus, by the way, I do believe. Yeah, because Glaive's one win. Oh, no, Glaive picked it in game 1. It didn't win. So, not 100% win rate, but still very heavily prioritized. I really like how, as this series has gone on, the priority for Nautilus has really shifted to get really high here for Cathaldus in particular. Like I said in game number 3, game number 2, what really went wrong is that they didn't have access to a good, consistent source of engage, so they are just picking this Nautilus super highly for Cathaldus.
Right, and now you have the Hecarim picked up for Glaive here. As much as it was, like you said, something that they would ban out early on, now they're choosing, you know what, you picked Nautilus, let's just go take the Hecarim ahead of time so you can't ban it out.
Yeah, and that does mean this is going to be the option for Fox here. You know, the question here, though, is Hecarim is nerfed on this patch. And he's nerfed a lot. Like, his win rate has tanked. I don't know if anybody's taken a look at those win rates lately, but he has gone from being one of the best junglers to being right down there at the bottom. He's got like a 44% win rate or something crazy low like that. Paired on up with the Lulu, in the hands of a very experienced Hecarim player, can maybe turn around and still be very valuable, but you know, we'll see if those bans were justified all series, or if this champion is really as dead as he may appear to be to some.
You know what? You know what I want to see? I want to see a Rengar. I just want to see a Rengar just pop out of the bush or just pop out of stealth and just murder people after he got his nice, insane buffs. But we are going to see an Aphelios be picked up here for GRIN. They want, again, that great lockdown that they had the last game. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So you know what? They're going to run it back. Yeah,
they will. And that is going to be the Aphelios lock-in for GRIN as well. And the Zac gonna be the jungler coming on through here. They want this engage, Gigatron. They know this is what we need. These games have been going 40 minutes long, boys. The only one we lost was the one where we couldn't get the fight started correctly. We're all indexed in on this engage style now. We're getting the Zac in the jungle to be able to do it from farther and farther away, and they're gonna take that one up against this Hecarim.
Yeah, you know what? He wants those stretchy arms. He wants to do as much as possible with them, and you know what? That's definitely what we're going to see here. But we see a Shen is picked up for Glaive. Emerald, you know what? I like it. I think it's a nice kind of safe blind pick, but then it does allow GRIN to know what the counter should be in that case for it, and maybe gives themselves a better matchup into the Shen here. But looks like we're going to see a Veigar ban right away.
Yeah, they've been keeping that Veigar ban pretty true all series long. They really do not want to give that one on over to Yoon, who has really shown himself to be quite flexible throughout this series. He's had 3 very good games, even when set behind in game number 3, came back and had a monstrous game on the LeBlanc. And now they're going to try to ban away the Ziggs anyway. They're going to try to lean into this Yoon matchup even more, force Panda onto something even less comfortable. Presumably Panda will get last pick here. They'll probably take their 80 carry on 4. So it is going to be a forced blind there from Yoon. But if they ban out the Syndra here, they're really going to start pinching the pool there from Panda. It's Vayne ban being hovered. There's no way this is the ban. It's going to be Syndra, right? No,
it's the ban.
Huh. Okay, I guess. I mean...
It's got me confused, I think, as much as you, that they aren't going for that Syndra ban. But you know what? Even if they are going to pick the Syndra, maybe they already know, because of the fact of how he plays it, that it's going to still work into their favor, I think, for GRIN. So, if that's the case, then great. You know what? But I'm waiting to see what Glaive picks up here as they pick up the Kaisa. Okay.
All right. Yeah, like the Kaisa in the current meta, especially. Interesting choice up against the Aphelios Nautilus. We'll see how that lane ends up transpiring for them, as they are kind of at a range disadvantage versus the Aphelios, but has the Lulu there for a little bit of backup, for a little bit of assistance there on the shielding. Now, with the pick up against Shen, Jace being the hover here for solo lane, could potentially go in for that one. His Irelia is available, his Gangplank is banned away. Hovering the Gwen as well. They're just going to take the Gwen into Shen once again. They decided, it was a little flippy last game. It ended up going back and forth, but they feel like it's going to be strong enough to be able to carry them through here in game number 4. And now to blind pick mid to close it on out. Vigar banned away. The Victor was great for them in game number 1 and is a pretty safe blind pick. That's where I'd put my money here, Gigatron.
Yeah, I could see that maybe, but I also have to wonder, with the Kaisa pick, are you trying to do more of that flex? And you're right, it is the Victor picked up, but yeah, I wonder if they're going to try and flex Kaisa mid, or are they just kind of teasing us as they'll just pick up the mid laner here as that P5, but yeah, I look at, again, Victor, smart matchup, really easy for them, worked well, helps out in the aspect, again, of everything that they want to do for this team comp, and here's that Syndra again from game 1.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a good matchup for Yoon in game 1. Like, he ended up winning the Victor into Syndra matchup. I just don't understand why you ban Vayne here, and you don't just ban that one away and force Panda onto something he's really uncomfortable on. But, yeah, the Syndra ends up coming on through. They've played this matchup once tonight already, and it ended up in Yoon's favor pretty heavily. Oh, Yoon obviously believing that he's going to be able to do that one again here. Although, the Scatter the Weak stuns, they were impressive there from Panda. He had a good performance on the Syndra despite losing the lane. And that game went long. That game went to like 40-plus minutes. It's the one-on-ones are not settling these games. They are taking too long to close on out on both sides. It's going to come down to the team fights. It's going to come down to the performances in those. And there, I think Panda has done a fine job on the Syndra.
Yeah, I mean, he's done a very good job with the Syndra. I would love to see more of it. I mean, he had just really good stand sides, but like, I can't think of
Scatter of the Week.
Yeah, Scatter of the Week. There we go. Same name, basically. It's the same concept, essentially.
Same idea.
But yeah, Scatter of the Week. I mean, it's just really good. Where I think if you layered it on the Victor and potentially other people, again, I think the big thing that we didn't see a lot was like Unleash power being used to the effect of trying to get those extra balls out, so then you could just Scare the Weak onto a lot of people. If you had that, I think maybe then Syndra is more effective, but we didn't get to really see that as much in that first game, so maybe we'll see a different Syndra come out now from Glaive. But I really want to see those stretchy arcs.
Yeah,
You get out there, bud. Or is my Discord dying?
let's see. I should be better now. Who knows?
Okay. Yes. Cool. Much better.
Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you for the call out there, Gigatron. Who knows why Discord does the things it does from time to time here. But as I was saying, I'm really interested in the jungle matchup. I really like the Zac and all of the creative angles he can come through for ganks. And I also am interested to see how this Hecarim works on out. A lot of people have completely dumped this champion since the nerfs came on through. Looks like that is not going to be the case for Fox here. He's going to lock it in as soon as he gets the chance on the red side. And he's going to try to be this force to take Glaive back into this series and bring them to game number 5.
Yeah, I mean, I think, hey, you know what? It could work well maybe to get the game 5, but honestly, I look at that Zac, the Gwen matchup still in the Shen. Yes, it was kind of coin flippy, but the Gwen, I think, still works very well. And the fact that, again, you have a really good bot lane that even if you're going into the Lulu Kaisa, it's still Nautilus. It's still very scary to go against, especially with those guns coming out from Aphelios too. So I cannot wait for these team fights to happen because it's going to be just it's gonna be a good cluster going on right now. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely is. I'm hyped to see it. We're going to throw it to another break here while we get loaded onto the Rift for game number 4. Don't go anywhere. We're going to check out if GRIN Prism is going to be able to close this one on out, or if we are going all the way to a game 5 in our quarterfinals tonight.
Everybody, panic. Hold on.
Welcome back, everybody. Tonight's broadcast of the Aegis Defenders League quarterfinals. GRIN Prism are one win here away from getting themselves into the semifinals. They are facing off against Glaive Emerald on the red, down 2-1, going to have to win 2 in a row here to get themselves that same fate. They've bet it all on Follow Fox's Hecarim here with that, I think that's the new Arcana skin, if I'm not mistaken, coming on through right alongside those nerfs. Gonna be a rough one here, you gotta believe. I mean, a lot of the world has given up on the horse. Follow Fox, though, not one of those people, willing to lock it in here in this game number 4.
Yeah, I feel like he needed his numbers touched a little bit, and the fact that, you know what, even if you're falling off a little bit on just your Q damage and your E there, it's still okay in the end, because the idea of still having the hack run is to use your kit and just provide a lot of CC and position people in the area that you want them to be in. So I think if, hey, you know what, you get a nice charge going into, say, Victor there, that gets that Scare of the Week going, you know, with Sphere, then you get that stun lock that you want to go on to Yoon, and it's really kind of beneficial maybe from that aspect. So maybe that's the con that they're going to play is, you know, try to see if they could just ramp up one of the lanes with it. But like I said, I think it's just still a very more weaker matchup that he's just not going to be able to clear as fast. And now kind of gets punished by that. I wouldn't be say he's not as slow as Zach's clear, but not as good as he could be.
Yeah, and Hecarim's initial clear is pretty unaffected, although as I say that Cathaldus coming in here for a big hook onto Khan. Wistfully, though, going to really take the bad end of that trade. Gets a lot of damage in there from the picks and from the return damage of the Kaisa. Gonna have to back on away, but yeah, Hecarim's initial clear should be about the same speed. It's once he starts getting levels into the Q and the E that you really start to feel the nerfs, and then he's going to be doing substantially less damage per Q than he used to be, as well as substantially less damage per E, and it's all going to round out to him just doing a lot less damage overall, going to be more reliant on the teammates, especially if he goes for this tank build, but he's going to try to make a play here at level 3, goes for the Ghost, gets the knock-in onto Yoon here, who is going to be forced to flash away, trusting that they're not going to be able to follow up. Panda tries to follow, but can't clear the wall, and now here comes Rondon to turn it on around and to force back the horse. They do not successfully claim first blood onto Yoon. So that's going to be another hook in the bottom lane as they follow forward onto Khan, chunking him out pretty low here with the Calibrum, getting the press the attack trigger and chunking out that Kaisa all the lower.
Yeah, I mean, Khan just taking a lot of trading there. Unfortunately, Wistfully is able to lifesteal a little bit better than him right now. So, a good taunt coming out from Solo, or Jaden, I should say.
Yeah, Shaden and Solo duking it out here. Solo does have the level lead, but it's not going to be enough. Follow Fox trying to collapse on in here. Can't quite get there, though. Solo a little bit too fast with the Ghost. We'll be able to retreat. So, if we could pull up the scoreboard, or take down the scoreboard and pull it back up as the CS isn't loading on through here. There we go. We can see that so far this lane going in Solo lane's favor. That's going to be the flash on in onto Panda from Rondon, baby. Yoon should be able to pick up this kill up against Panda, although has to get one more auto attack, has to get one more laser, finally throws on out the Q, and first blood goes to Yoon in the mid lane.
Hey, you know what? He's like, I know you have that unleashed power coming online, and I want to siphon that power away. So great job by Yoon there to make sure, you know what, nothing's going to happen.
Big hook in the bottom lane. Chain Roots coming on through from Wistfully and Cathaldus. Cathaldus finishes off that kill. And GRIN Prism coming alive here in game number 4. They smell blood in the water. They smell the semifinals coming knocking. And they are going to answer that door as soon as they can. Shaden and Solo lane continue to trade in the top lane, but Solo lane getting the better end of this one once again.
Yeah, I mean, and this is where we talked about how, like, you could use it as Spirit's Refuge as much as you want, and you do a lot of damage with that Twilight Assault, but this is where the Solo lane is just able to do so much with those snips, and yeah, I mean, he's able to push in the wave, get that back off that he wants to, and should be able to get back there with no problem, but yeah, really good by Yoon again to, you know, secure that kill that they needed on Panda. And yeah, this is the one thing I feel like why they didn't necessarily pick Cinder some of the times, is that Cinder's like very immobile, and the fact that if Scare of the Week doesn't hit someone, it really just sets you up for way too many ganks, and if you don't have your jungler shadowing you like 24/7, I just feel like it's just really detrimental there for that. But we do see that Fox is starting up that Drake, so looks like Hextech will go over to maybe.
Yeah, looks like Fox will at least be able to pick up this one for his team. But now they're making a move on to Panda here. Flashless on the Syndra will certainly be going on down here. They're going to try to give this kill over to Yoon, and they will do so successfully. 2-0 start for the mid laner that has defined so much of this series for GRIN Prism. Playing so well up against Panda now with a fantastic start in what could be the final game.
Yeah, I mean, this could be the final game here, but Yoon still showing why Victor's really strong coming out of the gates here, and the fact that, yeah, he's getting a lot of help between Rondon and Cathaldis. Yeah, this is why I like this team right now. They are able to, rotate very well to get a lot out of it, so it doesn't feel like they're losing out much here. And yeah, this is where you have that slight level lead now going for Wistfully. Both of them are actually up a level compared to their bot lane counterparts, so yeah, this is just really good by Cathaldis there. Ooh.
Yeah, big 3-0 start. Now moving on forward onto Shaden, trying to turn it into 4. There's another Elastic Slingshot coming on through. Rondon, baby, going to get the slow, but not going to be able to follow up any farther. Flash, though, blown from Shaden. Fox is in the area, but is here a little bit too late, or is he? Panda coming on forward with the collapse on Rondon, baby, will steal away that Scuttle Crab. Gets a little bit of a win back in the pocket of Glaive here. So now they're looking for another engage in the bottom lane. Cathaldis gonna get spotted, gonna get shut down.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know what? If they get him to be shut down, great. If not, I mean, this is the one thing that I look at that. I mean, hey, just play. I think right now, all GRIN needs to do is just play through you. You don't even need to play through your bot lane. Your bot lane has really good guns right now. Just play through the mid laner. It's worked well the last couple games, so why not do it again?
Yeah, certainly has, and yeah, they're pretty happy with getting Yoon off to this great start. Victor, especially, a champion that really benefits from early kills because it gets him all those additional shards, catapults him to those upgraded abilities a lot faster. So I think he's already going to be sitting on the upgraded E. Yep, you can see that trail going on through onto the blue buff. So 2 early kills means he gets this substantially earlier than he would otherwise. He's going to be able to keep this wave shoved on in and have more influence over the rest of the map.
Exactly. Now, what I do like about this is we see that Zach is on that Rift Herald, trying to get that there. We do see that he is, they're trying to get words, it looks like. Yeah, onto the Drake here. Drake is going to be up in 2 minutes. So we have Infernal. Potentially our last one. What are you thinking for Soul?
The call, I'm gonna go for Ocean again. I've been wrong every time. I've always predicted Ocean, but I'm doubling down. I'm tripling down on the Ocean here for game number 4. Fox in the area is a 2v2 on the top side. Solo Lane and Shaden have been duking it on out here. Snip comes on across. They do have Rondon, baby, hovering in this bush. He's definitely maxing that Elastic Slingshot, so he should have so much range to be able to engage from. I don't know if he has quite this much range, though. Waiting for Shaden to maybe go for a potential taunt in or something of the sort, so that he won't be able to have that for the escape. Now here comes Fox trying to make the play happen, and they just get a one-shot onto Solo Lane before Rondon, baby, can even arrive. It's a big misplay here for the side of the GRIN Prism. They're going to now get dove on under this turret. Into the Bloblets goes Rondon, baby, and that is going to be Fox picking himself up 2 kills up on the top side.
Yeah, so he making you eat your words a little bit. As he still is performing pretty good right now with the Hecarim there. It's just like you said, those damage numbers aren't as great, so you don't see that pop off like before. But I don't think he's necessarily a super bottom end as I was seeing like on U.GG. He's definitely
Panda getting engaged on here. That is going to be the stand united blown to try to protect the mid laner there. Yoon getting chased on off by this hacker in, but the turnaround comes on through from Rondon Baby, throws down the Let's Bounce, and picks up the kill there up against Bo5. Now looking to keep the fight going on to Shaden. They know that Panda is so incredibly low and would go down to just one laser from Yoon. Now they're calling up Cathaldus as well, trying to keep this fight going. Dredgeline comes on through. He wants to try to throw down the depth charge. Here comes Wistfully, able to slide on through. Doesn't land the Moonlight Vigil, though. Panda staying alive, but Wistfully gonna trade 1-for-1 there, actually. Flashes on in, but the unleashed power is enough to make the trade.
Yeah, you really do have to respect that just because of the fact that unleashed power does send out so many dark spheres there, and yeah, you just gotta make sure.
Fox finding another engage here onto Cathaldus. Cathaldus might be forced to flash over this wall here. Does have Rondon Baby for the backup if he needs it. Voidseeker lands, though. This is going to be a follow-on up. That's going to be Khan going for the flash engage. Now finding himself face-to-face with Rondon Baby as well. Rondon going to go on in with that elastic slingshot, just trying to hold Khan still for as long as possible, as here comes Yoon for the turnaround, but that's going to be the onslaught of shadows over the wall, keeping Yoon stunned on up, taking him out there and giving the kill to Khan. Wistfully not going to quite be able to collapse the rest of the way. That's going to be another slow coming on through, but now he's got to dodge away from the Scatter the Weak. Wistfully goes on down, double kill goes over to Khan in the bottom lane, and just like that, Gigatron, we are tied up at 6-6.
6 gold is only down by like 200 here. It's crazy. I mean, this has been such a close game for the both of them. Kind of that match point or do or die for Glaive here right now. So, yeah, I look at maybe we'll see some different things come out of them a little bit sooner. Not that the fight was necessarily bad, but just didn't go quite the way that they were hoping for it. You caught Wistfully out pretty easily. With all this, just wasn't able to do too much there. And the fact that, yeah, Yoon, I mean, yes, it's Yoon, but just didn't go quite the way they were expecting. So hopefully they can take a good look at it and maybe see that, you know what, maybe the Acrob's is still kind of a problem. Let's just try to avoid him as much as possible. And if you can't, burst them down as quick as you can.
Not finishing up on a Khan there. Such a big disaster as well. Really would have loved to get that shutdown gold that had been achieved by the Kaisa. Weren't able to do so, but now throwing down the Rift Herald in the bottom lane. They're going to try to crack themselves open the first turret and get themselves back into the gold lead. They will be able to do so. GRIN Prism in the driver's seat, but, you know, a little bit stalled and a little bit of traffic as they've had a couple of their early kills, a couple of their early lead zeroed out there. As Panda getting ganked once again, though. They're going back to their roots. They know that Panda's not going to be able to escape from this. They're going to give that kill over to Wistfully on the Aphelios.
Yeah, great job there using that Guild Force and to get that extra damage. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things that they did it really well. You had Syndra just be a little too far up there, and with Panda getting slingshotted on from Rondon, yeah, it was a little all ogre when the gravity field comes out. Ooh, Fox.
Fox hovering around the mid lane, not going to end up getting anything there. Going to be forced to back on away. Shaden and Solo Lane continue to farm up in the top side. These guys are still neck and neck. You know, this is how it's been for the last 2 games. They've run it back on this same matchup. Gwen eventually will end up with the CS lead, but, you know, Shen having a lot of influence around the side lanes, being able to teleport in and turn around some of these fights. Solo Lane continues to not land the snips onto Shaden, and so not really getting the full brunt of the damage trade that he's looking for.
No, and that's where you really hope that you can get that a little bit more going for yourself, because of the fact that, yeah, you're building up these snips. You really need to use them as often as you can, as well as much as trying to get the damage out. But looks like they're just going to recall here, as much as Cathaldus is trying to help out too on this top side. So maybe we'll see a different setup here. It goes mid, both ADCs, and I should say both bot lanes now are in mid. Hopefully one of them can get a tower here.
Yeah, Yoon and Panda now relegated into the bottom lane. Yoon with this level lead, the first one to hit level 11, has the rank 2 ultimate and is looking to play aggressively here up against Panda, continuing to throw on out those death rays, getting a good amount of damage on through. As long as he respects the burst potential of this Syndra, should be able to win on out here in the long run. Has managed to land a couple already. Follow Fox is hovering around this mid lane, but wistfully not stepping up too far without the flash. Not going to make himself vulnerable to potential Hecarim engage.
Definitely does not want to do that, but looks like they're going to.
Oh, there it goes. That's going to be the Onslaught of Shadows knocking up on a Wistfully. He just gets one shot and shut down, and an engage attempt from Rondon Baby, and Cathaldus just gets completely shut down. Khan gets himself a double kill off the back of that one, starting to siege in the mid lane, pushing on down this outer turret. Rondon has the smite, trying to clear out this wave wherever he can, but that's another big play here for the side of Glaive Emerald. They get themselves 2 more kills, and they are keeping themselves competitive. 30 seconds to go on this next dragon.
Yeah, I mean, 30 seconds to go. It's going, I think, a lot more back closer into the favor of Glaive, just because they're able to get a lot of these picks going, but you do see that Rondon is still alive. Maybe he can posture towards this bot side, maybe get a nice slingshot smite off, and hopefully help out from that aspect there, as he is running his blubber self all the way down there.
Yeah, Dragon already been started on off here by Glaive. They will be able to secure it. Yoon is here. That's going to be the engage from Rondon Baby, but he just gets completely shut on down. Follow Fox now going to be the main focus. He's trying to kite on out of there. He is going to be able to finish off that kill. Khan is dominating now. They finish off another target, taking on Rondon Baby once again here. With the Dragon, the soul point in their pockets, they are stacking this one up incredibly quickly, and they are on pace for a very early Ocean Soul.
Yeah, I mean, could definitely be that. You finally get to win out on one, so there you go. Have faith.
It's bound to happen eventually.
Exactly. I mean, come on. We can't always have Mountain and Infernal Souls all the time or anything like that, right? But yeah, you do have to look at here. We have good. Hecarim's still doing well. I mean, even for not feeling like he does much other than just tries to knock people back. Again, wistfully was do as much as he can, but he got Khan, who's just able just to do so much more. Look at that. He's 6-1-0. He got that 600 bounty gold lead right now on himself there. He's got up almost 30 CS2. So, but the team gold is still despairing. I mean, it's like only the 400 or 500 now.
Yeah, they're trying to focus on Khan here. Great moves there. Uses the fancy feet, dodges on out, uses the killer instinct as well to dodge on out of any further damage. But now with that tool down, does look like GRIN Prism want to start themselves up this Rift Herald. It is going to be spotted at least a little bit, but probably not much that Glaive can do about it.
I don't think Glaive can really do much here. The good thing, though, is they get the Rift Herald. They can send it to potentially one of the other lanes here, maybe a mid, or the top side. The top side is very weak right now, so but really Ron's call just to figure out what he wants to do. Hopefully Cathaldus, nope, he isn't going to clear the word there. Anyways, woo!
Cathaldus getting himself a little bit caught here. He's just a little bit too far out. That's going to be another kill. Given over to Khan. Call it 7-1 on the Kaisa. They're funneling all their hopes, all their dreams of Game 5 into this bot laner. And Khan has been rewarding them thus far. So strong now. Just demolishing Cathaldus on the play. Now, ready to try to carry on through the rest of these team fights. Ooh, solo lane. Gonna pop the ultimate here. Knows that he's alone with Shaden. Going to force the flash out as well, but chasing on down here with the needlework. Really just decides he wants to go for this solo kill. Landing the ultimates. Landing the snips. Now over the wall he goes, and Yoon just gets himself one shot. The damage there from Panda and Khan is just too high. Another double kill coming through for Khan on the Kaisa. 9-1. And meanwhile, solo lane was not able to finish off onto Shaden. This is just all going wrong now for GRIN Prism, Gigatron, and this is smelling like a Game 5 to me.
Why you getting Christmas like that? Don't do that to me. Oh, no, I'm kidding. But yeah, it would be great to see a Game 5 just because these guys are fighting real hard right now from both aspects here of trying to close the game out and clinch themselves into those semis, or we see another big fight coming out here from Glaive. And Glaive, I mean, they're on the purple worm. They should be able to secure this no problem. And yeah, it's just really sad to see that we don't see more coming out from solo lane here. We don't see Yoon staying alive as well, just because they can just collapse on him and do so much damage.
Sim showed us on the screen there just a massive amount of gold in Khan's pocket. He is huge on this Kaisa here and just continues to build on up his arsenal bigger and bigger, wistfully working on that Bloodthirster, trying to get himself to a point where he can survive some of this initial burst damage from Panda. He can survive some of the engage of Follow Fox, but attempts to shut down Khan have so far been unsuccessful, and it really looks like the opportunities might start to dry up here as the teams are going to start to group up a little bit more. There's the Elastic Slingshot going to lock down onto iScott, but Rondon just gets completely destroyed. He can't stand at the front line there. That Sunfire Aegis just isn't enough. Panda stepping up aggressively here up against Wistfully. Cathaldus is on the other side. They do not have the damage to push these members back. This is going to potentially be Dragon's Soul here. Rondon may be down for 20 more seconds as it spawns on up.
Yeah, I mean, Dragon's up, but looks like this one is going to go over, so they get that Ocean Soul for themselves here for Glaive. Kind of unfortunate that one, Rondon was unfortunately gray-screened out, but the fact that, again, too, they're just not able to really respond. Just because of the fact that Bo5 is just doing so well here on the hack room. You have, again, Khan just doing way too much here with this Kaisa, so it's something that I definitely would be worried about.
Yeah, definitely here. Now setting up in the bottom lane, there's going to be another turret going on down. They spawned up the Rift Herald, but it's just going to get demolished here. Yoon going to try to get himself some of this objective bounty gold. Solo lane is here as well. Shaden may have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. Objective bounty is claimed, and they are going to be able to focus on down Shaden as well. But meanwhile, look at the bottom lane. Wistfully going to be forced to flash away as they actually get the knock up here under the turrets, trying to turn back onto Follow Fox. They should be able to do so. That kill goes over to Cathaldus. Recall now being channeled. Rondon Baby looking to keep the engage going, but he's just got to be so respectful of Khan here. Khan is so big, so strong. They're going to leave solo lane to keep pushing on the side.
Yeah, you get to look at that. Even if you do try to engage, you do have that Brambo, which is great, but doesn't mean you stop and negate everything out also.
Oh, Rondon Baby once again diving on in there. He just doesn't have any damage to back him up. This is just not going to work on out. Solo lane manages to finish off on a Panda, but now the teleport being channeled from Yoon, trying to focus down on a Khan. They don't land the dredge line. They don't land the damage. They can't quite finish him on off, and finally they do. After the back of a triple kill, Yoon will be able to claim himself that big shutdown, get even more gold here on the victor, but it is at so much cost. Khan has routed the members of GRIN Prism squad. He gets 3 kills there off the back of that engage, but they finally will claim themselves some objective bounties and some regular bounties as well in trade for the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that they really shouldn't have had to give up the Ocean Soul there for like Glaive just getting that. It's just so bad for GRIN, and the fact that GRIN not able to secure it just means that, okay, now we gotta try to keep on for Barons and Elder and just keep playing out more and more, which again they've done very well. If the game goes very late, usually it goes still in the GRIN's favor, but the fact that GRIN Prism isn't quite getting that again, you really do have to wonder, is this a red side diffie?
Yeah, I mean, has been that 100% win rate red side so far this series, and looking that way once again here, for very different reasons though. I mean, the complete runaway of the game from Khan. You know, they have to dump so many resources into really taking him out, and that kind of play that they just made can't really be repeated again for a while. They would need to teleport to save the Bloblets. They would need Cell Division to come back on up, and Follow Fox waiting in the wings here for another potential engage does get spotted by Cathaldus' ward.
which is good because now you know, okay, maybe they are going to try and do something, maybe they aren't. Now, the thing that they need to do is just make sure that they get more wards out to protect their side, just because of the fact that, unfortunately, you don't know where the hack room's coming from. You don't know where some of the others are at, and you don't want to go in the tall grass alone. So, but this is where we have, again, God just doing so much now. 12, 2, and 1. Crazy man coming out there. Up 30 CS2. He's got, 3.5 items going for himself right now. It is nuts.
It very much is. And I think at almost 26 minutes here, it is such a big lead here for the side of Glaive Emerald. Not big enough for there to be the biggest objective bounties, but enough that they're still going to be alive, and this Ocean Soul just cannot be undersold, and how big of a difference it really does make. So much of that gold lead, though, in fact, the entire gold lead for sure, is held by Khan. If they could take Khan out to start out the fight, they are in such a good position to be able to play it on out from there. But that is much easier said than done.
True. Obviously the hope is to take him out, but not necessarily going to be as feasible as you're saying. So they're going to start to perform again here for themselves for Glaive. Hopefully they can.
It's dead.
Secure it. Yeah.
Yeah, Glaive just not able to respond there. Rondon was on the bottom side, was not able to get on over there in time. So now they're hovering around, they're waiting for the Elder to spawn, but with this Baron buff claim, they get the empowered recalls, they're going to be able to push so much more effectively. It'd be very tough to respond to. Four-man squad, though, coming up through the mid lane. They flash engage. They get on to Follow Fox. They're trying to focus him on down. That's going to be the channel of the Stand United. They're trying to finish him on off. They are going to be able to do it as Shaden ports on in. And now with the jungler down for 42 seconds, and with Elder spawning in 20, this could be the moment that GRIN Prism were waiting for. They are not willing to take this to a Game 5. They are going to fight to take the series here and now, while they know they still have the opportunity to do so. 10 seconds to go on the Elder. Somebody's going to need to be able to recall and stop this Baron push, though. They're going to get this mid-inner turret. Will they be able to get the inhibitor one as well? They will, unless Yoon is able to get here and respond and deal with it. The teleport now being channeled. They're stopping all of this effort on the Elder Dragon to be able to recall and deal with this push. They are going to lose their mid-inhibitor. Now, the two-man squad doing the Elder Dragon here. Rondon and Wistfully. Will they be able to finish that on off in time? Pings are coming on through from the members of Glaive. They will be able to claim that objective bounty, and they will be able to claim themselves the Elder. And now do they want to take the fight on the backside? They have to be so aware of Khan and how much he can do. There's Panda in that alcove. Gonna be forcing the flash there out of Rondon, baby. Here comes solo lane to try to force the fight on through. Keep your eyes on Khan, though. He is so strong here. Panda going incredibly low, though. One more shot will take him out with the execute. They aren't quite able to get it, though. Panda will be able to escape. He gets the regen just in time from the Ocean Soul.
Yeah, I mean, hey, their regen is definitely something that really helps out a player just a little bit much more as needed, but yeah, this is where I look at it's kind of doomed for GRIN right now if Glaive can pretty much run back what they had in that mid lane there. And I don't know. I would like to see more of the Kaisa, but I also kind of want to be like, I've seen enough Kaisa. Let's just, I don't know, see a different champion be played, maybe different style too, because yeah, they went for the Kraken Slayer build, no crown, no Luna's Echo, for more of that EP build essentially coming out from her, but Follow Fox is just clearing these wards, and yeah, no objectives are up for a good 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's going to be the clear, it's going to be defense up against the Baron push. Even the Baron going to be dropping off here pretty soon, and see if an angle can be found by either squad. They almost finished off on a Panda in that last fight, but just couldn't quite make it happen. Again, it's going to have to be all Khan all the time. Gafaldis is a little bit too far up. He's going to get found. He's going to get caught out. He's going to get taken down. Panda finishes off that kill.
Yeah, just great job by Panda there. Unfortunately, yeah, you do get a death on that Cathalis, and yeah, Cathalis, isn't suffering too much in this race. You know, we do see the inhibitor is going to be trying to get knocked down here by Glaive, but I don't know. I don't think it's going to be fruitful or at least much for themselves.
Yeah, 8 seconds to go on the Nautilus here. They are going to want to have their full 5-man squad if they are going to end up having to take this fight. It's going to be the Elder buff dropping on off. Losing a member like Cathaldus there while you still have that buff active. Going to be an unfortunate one for sure there for the side of GRIN Prism. Looking to keep the fight going though. Keeping on the defense as they have 2 inhibitors on down. Baron going to be the next on the table, but that's still for 2 more minutes.
Yeah, I mean, 2 more minutes. They really... Everyone needs this Baron. Like I said, it's a do or die for... well, it's a do or go to game 5 for GRIN right now, and I think GRIN is just pretty much... Ooh.
Big engage coming through onto Yoon here. He just steps up a little bit too far and gets demolished by Panda and Fox. Now with that crucial member down, Glaive Emerald going to look to push into this base and potentially take us to this game number 5. The hook lands onto Fox. They're going to look to change the CC on through here, and he does get demolished by Wistfully. It's a 4-on-4 now. Unleash Power comes through onto Rondon Baby. Rondon Baby going to back on off in order to stay alive. Panda not able to finish that one off with the Unleashed Power. Shaden is here constantly on the flank, constantly threatening to go on in for a taunt. Solo lane clearing out these minions as much as he possibly can. Yoon respawning in about 15 seconds. Fox in about 30. Engage tools a little bit farther down. Dredge line doesn't connect. They're going to let the Elastic Slingshot wear on off as well. Keep your eyes on Khan, though. Look at the damage that he does to the Zac. Just ripping through the blob monster so incredibly easily. The respawn comes through for Yoon, and he's going to have to defend his Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, this is where they are doing way too much with that, and I look at, you know what, you shouldn't be doing that to Rondon. That's just way too sketchy that you're doing so much. But, you know what, we do see that they are trying to set up for this Baron buff here. Hopefully the Baron buff can go into their favor, but looks like they might just try to collapse on wherever the others are at.
They're going to take this fight. This is their last opportunity, they believe, to really be able to fight this one on out. They've got the bot and mid waves pushed on off. They have the potential for an engage here from Rondon Baby. Here comes Fox. He's hovering around in that base. They're going to push on in. They're going to try to take some control over the Baron. They have all the time in the world on the side of Glaive Emerald. They know that they have these Baron waves pushing on in, or these super minion waves, rather. The recalls are going to be necessary from Solo Lane and Yoon. They will be able to rejoin with the teleports later on, but now they have the opportunity. They're going to go and reclaim vision control over this Baron, and they're going to start the Baron right away. Nobody going to be able to respond to this here from the side of GRIN Prism. It is going to be Baron going on over to Glaive Emerald.
Yeah, Baron secured by Glaive Emerald, and now they're kind of chasing down Shaden here, but I don't know if they get the kill on him.
Yeah, they need to try to find a way in order to do so, but their Nexus is too much at risk. They're fighting onto Shaden here. He's going to flash away. He's just trying to buy himself time. Meanwhile, the recalls are coming on through from Solo Lane. Teleport channeled by Yoon. They're just going to try to stay alive in this game. Cathaldus is here. They're going to go for the engage onto Yoon. Yoon is going incredibly low, but he is going to be able to flash away and try to stay alive as long as possible. Turns around onto Fox. Now it has been Khan taking out onto Solo Lane, winning out in that 1v1. Flash in from Khan, but now here comes Yoon. Just shut him on down. Rondon Baby able to finish off that one. It's going to be 3 kills for 1 in favor of GRIN Prism here. They withstand the push. They protect their base. And they have themselves the numbers advantage for now. They're already starting on off onto the Elder Dragon. Wistfully is here on the flank. Lands a shot onto Scott. Takes him incredibly low here. Looking to maybe finish this guy on off. Panda now finds himself in the Elder Dragon pit. Is going to try to one-shot onto Wistfully. Goes for the Unleashed Power. It just doesn't have nearly enough Dark Sphere stacked on up. And this should be Elder Dragon going on over to GRIN Prism. They are not going quietly here, Gigatron. They are not willing to go to a game number 5. They are going to keep this one alive, and they're going to take it to their 40-minute comfort zone.
Yeah, you know what? Hopefully it's 40 minutes. Not slightly over, not slightly less. Just a nice, sweet spot that we're kind of looking for with that. But Yeah, this is the problem. Go ahead.
The gold's even. That's all I was saying. It's still going.
I don't. Gold being even, and you're down 4 drakes. You're down 2 more kills. You have way less turrets than them, and the fact that they got 3 barons in a row too. How are you tied? Like, this doesn't make sense. But you know what? They've been performing very well here for GRIN. So GRIN, I hope that guys get something going here. But this next one, I totally thought Hacker was going to be coming around the wings and just try to go in on someone. But not going to be the case here.
Scaling is very strong here for this GRIN Prism squad. They're going to claim themselves another objective bounty. They're going to surely drop off here pretty soon. But the push, the siege, is very strong, and nobody can be willing to challenge them on the fight because they still have the Elder Drake. They're just so strong here in the team fight that Glaive feels obligated to give up all of this, and they're probably right. This is just an opportunity to slingshot themselves back into the game, get a lot more items on the likes of the Aphelios, the likes of the Gwen, getting Zac a little bit tankier to where he's going to be able to survive these team fights more easily. It's now a next wave coming on through here. They're going to try to clear it on out, but they do so much damage to these turrets, and they're going to try to bust on through the mid lane. Another objective bounty goes over. Did these ever drop off, Gigatron? How are they still cashing out? They're in the lead. They've been in the lead for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, so this is the one thing I think that's just kind of weird. It is a timer, essentially, with this, that they just have not, but it must have had a change recently, that before they did get that gold lead, that's why they're still having it, kind of a thing, because I think it's just too hard for them to take it off, small indie companies. But, yeah, I just look at that. Yeah.
Still up. The objective bounties, they never drop off. I know it's on a timer, but I didn't think the timer was an hour. They're still making this happen. They're still cashing out. They're 2.5K golden lead, and they're about to cash out on the top inner turret.
You know what? Oh, I'm sorry. It's probably because they get a match to 8 turrets. So once we get you get 2 more turrets for himself for GRIN, then it falls off.
Finally!
Finally! That. Oh there it goes.
Yeah, alright, yeah, thanks, announcer. You did just give the other team like 8,000 gold in objective bounties, but thank you for letting us know that they're falling off soon. Oh my goodness. And I mean, now in the gold lead, now scaled up with their Aphelios, with their Zac, with their Victor, with their Gwen. I dare I say, GRIN Prism are close to favorite in these team fights. The Ocean Soul will make somewhat of a difference, but the lack of range on this Kaisa makes it feel like it's, it's not the best setup you could have for these team fights. If she's just going to get lasered down and locked on down by these tanks, now making another play onto Shaden, attacking the global once again, pulling him on back. They have the cutoff from solo lane and Yoon. They're going to be making these plays. He's going to try to ulti on out. Will they be able to interrupt the channel? It looks like the answer is no. He retreats back to the mid lane, and they are pushing down as quickly as they can. They have to start their recalls, and they have to start them right now.
They need to, just because of the fact that if they don't, this means then that...
Cathaldus is now behind them. Cathaldus is now behind them to potentially start out this fight. He flashes on in and goes for the depth charge there on to the side of Khan, but it's just not going to be enough. But there's the Let's Bounce landing as well. He's using the Killer Instinct to try to kite himself on out of here. The AoE damage coming on across wistfully, trying to lock down onto multiple targets. Yoon goes on a killing spree as he finishes off on a Follow Fox. The retreat is in full force now for the members of Glaive Emerald. It's a 1-for-1 on the fight. Cathaldus thought he had the angle, but he just couldn't quite get on a Khan.
Yeah, I mean, not able to get on a Khan. I mean, they've been protecting Khan very well between the shield coming out there from Ice Scott, with the fact that, yeah, I mean, it's also just Kai'Sa's very hard to kind of stick on because she can just use that Killer Instinct to get away or to go in, and just does so much with it. But they are looking to be a death bush here. Oh no.
See, I wonder if this even actually... I guess it does, because they're just going to deal so much damage to everybody so quickly. But if the Zac face checks and he goes into Cell Division, they have 2 TPs that they can use to save him and guarantee that he's at least going to res. Now, going in onto Khan here, he is going to be the target. Solo lane thought he saw an opportunity, but Shaden was already there. Big chunk there onto the Zac. Rondon Baby, though, going to start on up the Baron. They do this incredibly quickly here with their Aphelios. Cabal is on the side, sees exactly where Khan is. Baron buff secured here for GRIN Prism, fighting their way back from the very brink in this game number 4. I'll call it dead even now, Gigatron. More and more items coming on through. Full build for the Victor. Almost full build for the Aphelios. He's got a stopwatch there in the 6th slot. 20 seconds to go on the Elder Dragon. They're going to have to show up and fight for this one.
They should. I mean, hey, you know what? Glaive is already here. They really need to punish Glaive in order to get something out of this, and this is a good way to start.
Lane. Ooh, going to have to dash away there. Finds himself face-to-face with 4 members of Glaive Emerald. Now the Elder Dragon is alive. Flash is up here on Khan. He is going to, of course, be the target. Here's a potential big elastic slingshot engage. They go through on the Follow Fox. Here's the engage here from Rondon Baby. He's going to nearly get one shot by the Unleashed Power. There's the dash back on in from Follow Fox to finish off on a Cathaldus. Wistfully has thrown down his fight lines exactly the way he wants them, but now the Resurrect coming on through from Khan. 2 kills already going on over to the side of GRIN. Khan steps too far forward, gets lasered down by Yoon. Double kill going on over to the Victor. Scott and Panda, the last 2 members standing, getting chased back by Rondon Baby, who goes in for the elastic slingshot. Wistfully and Yoon do so much damage to this Elder Dragon, but it resets, and they can't quite finish it off. Now finally they get it, and they just demolish Scott. He gets flamed on down there by the Infernum gun. It's only Panda left alive. Recall's getting chailed on through. They're trying to chase Panda the rest of the way on through, but Wistfully has to be very careful not to get one shot. Dashes on forward, finishes the ace, and 20 seconds to go. Respawn timers for even any single member of Glaive Emerald. The march down mid lane. GRIN is going to try to close this one on out.
As they should. I mean, they're trying their best. It's just, unfortunately, it's taking way longer than they'd like. But because of this Baron buff now,
it is going to be Khan. Khan is coming up in 3. Follow Fox and Shaden are up. Follow Fox has the ultimate to try to turn this fight back around. If they botch this fight, it could turn the game back around for Glaive Emerald, and they're going to shut down Wistfully. He's down for 62 seconds. They finish off onto Shaden. They finish on the Follow Fox as well, but they have no way of dealing with Khan. Panda and Icecott. Panda still down for 20 seconds. Icecott already comes back on up, but the damage is coming through onto the Nexus. The focus on through onto Yoon from Khan, and the damage from Rodon Baby. It's just not enough. He's going to be sent to the Cell Division. He's going to get taken out, and this game continues on, Gigatron. Cathaldus is showing up late to the party, but he's not even going to try his hand at the Nexus. He's going to have to back on away.
Yeah, I think he realizes, you know what, just back up. Let's see what else we can get, you know, for our team here, and then just go from there. But yeah, I look at this as just kind of been a crazy fight series here for themselves. So the fact, though, that they were able to still get the inhibitor here on the mid lane, that's great. Hopefully now it's something that can go into GRIN's favor to get the Elder Drake. You know, if they can get the Elder Drake, that will definitely solidify, I think, their team a little bit better.
And it's what won them that fight in the last engagement, but now we're back to the drawing board, Gigatron. Nobody's going to close out this game. At least not until everybody's already had a chance to respawn and fight once again. 20...
No, it seems like bloodbaths is all we're going for.
Oh my goodness. So 51 kill game so far. 44 minutes. Our longest of the night so far.
Right.
What did I say about the 40-minute comfort zone for GRIN Prism, by the way? These guys fighting their way back here from the absolute brink. Now have both Nexus turrets down. They just need one thing to go in their favor, and they will close this game on out.
Exactly. I think that's the problem is if game go late, they win. If game go early, then it goes to Glaive, kind of a thing. But yeah, they're trying to kind of pick them out, see if they can get any vision, figure out where they're at. But right now, they're staying safe in a way, and that they're doing good. So I wonder what is going to happen here. It's going to be Baron in a minute 30. Elders in about less than 3 minutes now. So, ooh.
fishing for an engage here is Follow Fox. Everybody is grouped on up here in this alcove. They're going to focus on a Follow Fox first and foremost, and the damage from Wistfully is just so huge. They're focusing now on Khan. He's going to get sent into the stasis, but 2 kills have already come on through. Follow Fox going to be the next target. Khan running for the hills here, but 2 of his teammates are already dead, and they're going to make it 3 as Shaden gets locked on down. Make it 4 as well as they found their way onto Follow Fox. There's going to be the chain CC for Cathalis, and this is going to be a 5-0 ace for GRIN Prism. And against all odds, they are going to close this series out in 4 games, and they are going to move on to the ADL semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, this is just crazy. ADL semifinals, just awesome job by them here just to be able to do that. I mean, it's been a long, crazy one, but now they're able to do so much with this, and now we get to see them next week.
Indeed we do, my man. Indeed we do.
It's been a crazy banger of a series, man. I mean, this game was such a, dare I say, roller coaster.
This game took a decade off my life, Gigatron. But I'm
How
happy.
You feeling, bud?
I'll take
you
it.
need your dinner.
Oh yeah, I can definitely do dinner, my man. This is Gigatron gives me a lot of crap in between games because I don't eat before I cast. But what an incredible series from GRIN, though. I mean, every time they won, they took it to 40 minutes. Like they're not a quick team. They are not.
No.
But they are a top 4 team, and they're certainly going to take that one to the bank. They are very happy about it. And now, I don't even know what you do to prepare for next week against this GRIN Prism team, because they have shown some mental fortitude here tonight. No way they were winning this game number 4 with how far ahead Glaive was, but they just fight their way on back. They steal themselves in the base. They make the trades that are difficult to call. You know, they give up inhibitors to kill Shen. They give up Baron to contest Elder Drake. The toughest calls that you can make in the late game. And all of them end up paying off for them to scale up, take the team fights late, and win themselves a series. Absolutely nuts.
It's absolutely nuts. I mean, hey, you know, sometimes that's what you have to realize as a team is, do you make those sacrifices so you can get these people and then go forward and then just don't look back kind of a thing? Or is it something that, hey, you know what, we could forego this person doing this way they go for more of that, what would I just say, the objectives then. Like, you look at in a lot of the games for where it was going towards GRIN. GRIN had it where they would give up Drake, like the first one, and they would get 4 more, and then it went in their favor. And then you watch the third game. That's how it happened again. Second game was kind of like the fourth game here. They just let the 4 go to the other side, but they were able to still come out with the win. And yeah, that's something that, you know, once you kind of just realize, hey, let's get Elder, let's do Baron, you know, as much as they did, yeah, that's something that they really just had to get it going for themselves. And once they did that, then, you know, it's all she wrote, you know, especially for that last game there. So I liked it. Unfortunately, it took a lot longer than I think both you and I would like, but you know what? That's perfectly fine.
Always happy to hang out late for a banger series, Gigatron, and this one absolutely qualifies a looking so much like game number 2 there, by the way. I didn't even realize it until you brought it up there, but, you know, losing every single dragon, losing out on the team fights, remember getting incredibly fed. This is shades of game 2, and in game 2, as you would expect, Glaive Emerald were able to close out. GRIN Prism kind of had to roll over and give it on up, but just having the fight back in them in this game number 4, bringing it back all the way. It looks like we are going to be joined shortly by Wistfully here to talk a little bit about that series. I'm sure this is going to be a fun one.
Hi there.
Yeah, Toast. Thanks for joining us here.
Yeah, thank you, my man. Thanks for joining us here. As Gigatron just said, congratulations on your win. How do you come back in that game number 4 from such a disadvantageous position?
Well, honestly, I just gotta thank my mid laner for that game because I completely threw it. But I don't know. We got good picks. Our mid laner smurfed as usual. we had some good picks on their back line, and yeah, that's all really. I mean, they definitely trolled a few fights and a few plays for macro wise, but yeah, it was mostly just team gap that game.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, you had a couple good picks too for champions today. You played the Aphelios, you played the MF, you played the Azrael. The MF too. I mean, it worked really well and everything. I'm surprised you guys started banning out MF and that you weren't prioritizing it.
We thought about prioritizing it in the third game, but we were just worried about the blue side, the B1, because they banned out Ashe and Jinx, and we didn't want to play Jhin into it, so we just banned the MF that game. But it was kind of we were debating between MF and Aphelios game 4, but yeah, ultimately we just decided to take the MF away from them and play for the Aphelios.
So you guys had banned the Hecarim for pretty much the whole series
Uh-huh.
coming up into that game number 4. You decided to let it on through there in favor of the MF ban and the final game. What kind of drove that decision? And you know, were you guys regretting it a little bit there as the Hecarim started to get some of his teammates ahead, or do you still think it ended up being the right call?
I might have regretted it a little bit, but honestly, I we just don't really think Hecarim is the best pick in the world now after the nerfs, especially. We feel like the power farmers, like Udyr especially, even though we didn't play it this series, can really play into him well. And we also feel like Volibear plays the early game better than him. So we kind of realized that like if we just want to ban the MF out, we just leave Hecarim and just try to play for something else.
All right. Any insight you can give us on what the game 5 plan would have been if you guys aren't able to turn that game back
Uh,
around?
Honestly, we didn't really talk about game 5. We thought from draft we were gonna win game 4, and like I said earlier, I think the flash under their tier 2 turret actually ruined our whole game. Otherwise, we were at a like pretty good spot for the whole game. So I don't think we were really too worried about game 5, but that was just strictly because we thought we had a better draft and we'd win.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, we said different champions from you. The fellas worked out well for you guys. You said you have to thank your mid laner for carrying you through and getting you going because yeah, I mean we saw different champions pulled out from him and he performed well, especially first time assassin. Was that in the cards that for him to play that LeBlanc or was it just a
Yeah.
last minute thing of like, you know what, you're playing this no
Um. Well, Trevor Yoon he's really good at LeBlanc. Like we all know he's good at LeBlanc, and we thought it was a pretty good angle that game because of how many squishy champs they had. And yeah, I really just got to double up again and just thank him for that series because he definitely smurfed it.
Yeah, for sure. A fantastic game there. Well, you shouted him out a couple times already. Going to give you another chance here if you want to shout out anybody else or say anything to anybody watching at home as we look towards the semifinals next week. I am not sure if your matchup is locked on in. I'm going to pill on in that one really quick. I believe you are playing against Virtue Gaming Unity, who won their series over on the top side. So guess two-pronged question. A, anything to say to Virtue Gaming Unity or about that matchup for next week? And B, anybody you want to shout on out who's watching at home?
I just another shout out to my team. Just well played from them. Glad to be playing with them. And that's about it. All I have for shout outs. But as of Virtue Gaming, we played them pretty recently, and they played us close. So I think they're a pretty solid team. But I think if we play our game, we can definitely win.
Right. Looking forward to seeing it. Well, thank you for joining us here, Wistfully. Definitely appreciate having the opportunity to chat following what was a banger for a game series there. Congrats again on the win. We are going to throw it to the end of the night here. Thank you all for tuning on in to the Aegis Defenders League. We're going to be back throughout this week with more Aegis Leagues, and we're going to be back with the semifinals. More best of 5 gameplay next week, so definitely do not want to miss it. But from myself, Samalkrim on production and Gigatron, thank you all for tuning in and have yourselves a great night.